Oh, hello, beautiful people of the internet. How's it going? Welcome to stream. I'm excited to be here. Howdy. Howdy, howdy, as Megan would say. How's it going? Hi. Welcome to the Bloodborne lore stream. I'm freaking excited to get started. And we have a lot to pack into the next 4 hours. So, let's do a quick check-in on how your day's going. I'll tell you how mine's going, and then we're going to get right into it because holy shit, do we have some lore to understand. Some lore to comprehend. I'm so hyped to watch along. I know. I can't wait to finally understand what the is going on. I can't wait to finally get it. Hi, Dad on the internet. Hi, Danny. Hi, Liz. Hi, MKA. Time to game so much insight. We're about to have so much insight. Good afternoon, Arena, by the way. Glad to be back watching stream while I work because I can pay more attention while I'm working. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Oh, how are we all doing today? How's your day so far? Tony's back at work today. How's everyone else? We've had kind of a hectic morning today. I've had a little bit of a hectic morning here. It's hot as shit, and I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm in the middle of some 100-miler training, so I'm like trying to get a bunch of miles in all the time, and that includes even when it's 88 degrees and air quality of 150 and fuck. Adam, have a good day, buddy. Hey, thanks, man. You too. How's it going, dude? Hey, man. Feeding the horses hi from London. It's dinner time. Hello from London. Hello. Welcome in. Is it true that Bloodborne, the whole game, is just a metaphor about how life-draining it is to work a retail job? Wait a second. The infection is capitalism. The blood is the money that is required to exist in capitalism. Wait a second. The monsters are consumers. Wait a second. Wait a sec. About to golf with my dad. He says hi too. Tell him I said hello. Holy cow. Oh my god. I hope he's doing well. I hope your whole family's doing well. I think you're onto something here. Hey, you're the one who said it. I think you're onto something here. I locked Kingsley out of my stream room, and he just banged his head against the door so hard, like 10 times trying to get in here. He really does not like being left out. Hi, Zach. Let him in? I would, but Hero's also out, and Hero would be an annoying piece of he'd be fine. Let him in. The separation anxiety is knocking. Oh, hi, Vodka. My morning's been great since the cats slept right through the fireworks. My sister had to deal with the dog, though, who's already a skittish 8-pound ball of stress since she's a Chihuahua / Jack Russell Terrier mix. I've never considered the question of what small dogs do during fireworks. Is it pretty bad? I feel like small dogs are already so fearful / like compensating. Is it worse during fireworks? High strung? Yeah, great word. High strung. Hi, Deco. Lamrick says workload and brain chemistry are kicking my ass right now. Everybody wants meetings that could be emails, so I'll be lurking. I hope you get the answers you seek about what it is with the blood. Can I get an exclamation blood in the chat? Thanks, Lambrecht. Sorry your brain is kicking your ass and your workload. Much love. Much love. Our little dog was just curious. What's that like? Kingsley was on my lap again for 2 hours last night, freaking out because of all the people in the we had official fireworks, and then we had like a couple nights ago, and then we had neighbors lighting off fireworks. So it's just I'm ready for July 6th, 7th, 8th. Edgar Figueroa. Hello, Ryan. I followed off stream, but I've been watching you on YouTube for a while. FF Games for the win on YouTube. Hi. Thanks for telling me your YouTube username, too. Hello. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Exclamation YTQ. We have some questions for you if you're a YouTuber, a YouTube watcher. High speeds. I felt so bad for all the pups when I went to go see fireworks. Some lady brought a tiny puppy with the eyes still closed. It's insanity. Oh, man. You can if you want, Tony. Yeah. Go for it. How's everybody else doing? So we got lots of fireworks. We got people back to work. Zach, how are you doing today? Zach and I are about to talk business for 4 straight hours, so I feel like I should also talk pleasure before that. Biscuit is busy and melting. Gonna try to listen along as best as I can. Pluvio has been having a killer headache all day. Nothing else today. Working on my course project. Yeah. Who all's in Minecraft right now? Are you guys enjoying hardcore mode? Or sorry, hard mode? Who has done unspeakable things to a villager yet? Play the Tears of the Kingdom, please. Hey, fatty noob, I will eventually, but it's gonna be a little while. It's gonna be a little while. Is that today? Started at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. That's today. Good morning, Cheese Mood. Good morning. Hi, Jeff. Edgar is from Michigan. Pineapple on pizza is okay. Cats. I've seen Celeste, Subnautica, Hollow Knight, Firewatch, Super Mario, and Stanley Parable. What? That's so much. Holy. You've watched so much. Good morning, Cheese Mood. Zach says weirdly productive. I was up before 9 a.m., which is unheard of for me. I was also up pretty early today. That's not true. I was up at a decent time. I was also up late. Gamers, we have one thing on the mind today, and that is figuring out what the hell is going on in Bloodborne, a game we have spent over 100 hours inside of, and yet we still barely understand. We have a whole plan for today. I got videos to watch. I got a document to read. Our good friend Zach Esk in the chat has put together an enormous document full of links and info. And please give me little in the hearts in the chat to say thank you to Zach, who did all of the work, so that making sure that I would understand the lore of this game. Shout the fuck out to Zach. Zach is also going to put the document in the spoiler channel in the Discord so that you all can also access it and take a look as well. If you would like to follow along, if you have questions like what are we going to cover today, what are we going to get to, that document is your place to start. The order of the videos at the start of that is going to be a little different, but otherwise, that's what we're doing. So, I think Zach already has VIP. Yeah, he's already got it. Infar? Wait, what did I say? Infar? All the infer. All the infer. Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the deal. We're gonna start by watching some videos. The overall plan for the day is this: watch lore videos, go through and I'll talk about which ones here in a second. Go through a specific set of, like, the document from Zach, which includes specific questions, specific pieces of armor I missed, specific things I missed, whatever. A lot of like things that I missed and explanations of some stuff. And then at the end, we'll probably maybe watch a couple more videos, and I'll actually hop back into the game and do something in the game too. So that's generally the outline. The goal is to, at the end of all of this, understand what's going on with the game, celebrate this game that I've had a lot of fun playing and trying to piece together the mystery of and the lore of, and just generally enjoy ourselves and say goodbye to a game that I've really been passionate about the last couple months. So, yeah, that's kind of my thought. I don't know. Questions, thoughts, concerns? How are we feeling? How are we feeling? I might head out here soon because I'm thinking I'll probably want to play Bloodborne myself eventually. That's a good idea. We're gonna watch the endings first. So we're gonna watch the endings first. The other endings of the game. Any questions or anything, or should we just get into it? I don't know. We got a lot of stuff to pack into this stream. K Paris says, I'm from Georgia. I'm not against pineapple on pizza, but it's not a favorite topping. Team Cat, I respect it. Bloodborne, Breath of the Wild, Hollow Knight. Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay. Marsh says, I just skimmed through the document, and my God, the amount of work it must have taken. I know, right? I know. Which Midwestern state are you from? I'm from Indiana. All right, gamers. I'm gonna be pretty focused on the lore for a little bit. So if we yeah, let's just do it. Let's get started. Let's get started. Oh, hello, beautiful people of the internet. My name is Ryan. Welcome to the Bloodborne lore stream. In case parts of this or all of it goes on YouTube later, I'll do a quick little walkthrough of what we're up to today. After 100 hours in this beautiful game called Bloodborne, which has changed my ideas about what a Soulsborne is. It's given me an incredible journey from the start to the end, bosses left and right, lore left and right. Can I get a capital LORE in the chat? Lore in the chat. This incredible journey from start to finish. I can't wait to finally have some sort of understanding of what the frick is going on in this game. I've paid so much attention to the lore. I have pages of questions and notes. I have, I think, gotten to the point where I understand most of what's happening. But we're not quite there. So we're going to start first off by watching the first video, which is all of the endings to Bloodborne. We got one of the endings ourselves. We're going to watch all of them together and see what happens if you make other choices or do other things. And then after this, we'll watch a VOD video, lore video. We have lots of things to check out. So without further ado, this is Bloodborne all endings. I think I'm just going to watch them all, even though one of these endings I've already gotten. So let's do it.
Good hunter, you've done well. The night is near its end.
Okay.
Now, I will show you mercy.
So in this moment,
you will die.
I'm going to do a lot of pausing today, by the way. In this moment, at the end of this enormous journey, I don't know what clothes this character is wearing. You meet Gehrman underneath the old tree, and Gehrman gives you a choice.
Forget the dream and awake under the morning sun. You will be free.
One choice, we're freed, we forget the dream.
This terrible hunter's dream.
This is what we chose to do. We refused. Gehrman starts dropping some incredible dialogue.
Dear, oh dear. What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream? Oh, it doesn't matter.
This camera angle. All of a sudden, we're 20 feet behind, or 20 feet away from him.
It always comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up after these sorts of messes.
Oh, I think this volume's about to be loud. Holy shit. Our first glimpse of the scythe.
Tonight, Gehrman joins.
Yeah! Such a cool moment. after you defeat Gehrman, the moon presence arrives. Jonas.
Oh damn, we're here already?
Thank you for the 17 months. We're here. The moon presence arrives. Thank you, thank you. How you doing? Don't worry. On my list of questions that I would love an answer to today, at the very top of the freaking list is WTF is the moon presence? Okay, it eats my heart out. Eat your heart out. Gehrman joins the hunt. It's been a minute. How's life? Okay. So, this is different. This is different. This is after beating moon presence, but something is different here. I did not get this cutscene. This is after beating moon presence, right? In the cutscene that I get, I am a didn't fight moon presence. Oh, you don't have to fight it. You just get swallowed by its heart. It embraced the character and you don't fight it. Okay. Because in my cutscene, I was a slug. I was a little slug. Janice, aka the doll.
And so, the hunt begins again.
And now I'm in the wheelchair, signifying I take Gehrman's place? Question mark. That's one ending. I take Gehrman's place, which is interesting. Gehrman said you could be freed of this nightmare if you want. This is mine. This is the ending I got.
Are you cold?
FromSoft, a really big fan of cyclical endings. Front seat question. What is the difference between what do you have to do differently to get this ending versus the ending where I'm in a wheelchair and it goes again? Part's so creepy. The little giggle.
Good hunter.
Eating the 3 umbilical cords, which I did. Cool. So, consuming 3 of the 4 umbilical cords in the game to get your ending. Okay. There's 4. Okay. So that's ending number 2, which is the one we got, which is obviously the superior ending. You become Slug. Slug is simple, happy. You're maybe a baby great one. I don't know exactly. We'll figure it out later. I'm counting on VOD Vidya to give me the answer. Slug life, best life? Hi, Noelion. How's it going? Hello. Yours is the hardest ending to get. Consider the true ending. I can't wait to see this. Ah! I don't like blades. Oh! 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 Oh, that makes my stomach hurt. That's really beautiful, though. So that must be I awaken and forget the dream. This is morning is dawning on Yarnum. A bell is ringing. Oh, this is so freaking cinematic. And we awaken. According to Gehrman, without a memory of what happened. Is that not the happy ending, then? This feels like the happy ending. That's a front seat question. Is that the best ending? You just don't fight Gehrman? Best ending? I mean, you forget about everything that happened. Could you argue it's the best ending? Debatable, for sure. Gehrman is still trapped there. The hunt continues. I have a question about that later.
Farewell, good hunter.
Oh, in German.
May you find your worth in the waking world.
Oh, which is the line that Janice, aka the doll, says no matter what when you stop talking to her. Ah, farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world. Hey, look, our new Breath of the Wild video just went live. Okay. So that is a part of the same. Can we watch some Northern Lion real quick? Yeah. 1 second. That's a part of the third ending. Interesting. That must be a part of the third ending, right? So we have first ending. First ending is because you have not eaten 3 umbilical cords, the moon presence embraces you. You debatably become German. You've defeated German, but you become German. And then the cycle continues. Ending 2, I still don't, which is the ending we got, I still don't know how to interpret. We defeat German. We defeat the moon presence. We become Slug, live best life in the arms of Janice, our love, who rocks us to sleep every night, singing beautiful songs, and it's a love story, really. Cool. Okay. Slug life, best life? I think that's the best ending. I think we got the best ending in the game. Really cool detail. If you get that third ending and go to New Game Plus, the gravestone will be added to the hunter's dream, and the doll will sometimes be seen praying there. Oh, hello, Luke. How's it going? Interesting. Okay. Let's watch the VOD video. Video, if that's cool. Let's do it, yeah? Let's see here. I don't know where to find it. Hi, Luke. How's it going? Hello. Sorry, I'm a little all over the place. I can't remember where that had that link. So is there a canon best ending? Or a agreed upon
The
best
oldest
ending, I guess is what I'm asking. Oh my god, it's wild to me. These videos are so old. It's crazy. This video is from 8 years ago. Ending 1, you become gourmand, is the worst ending. The cycle continues. Guys, we become a lover of food in the first ending. That's crazy. Or go a gourmand. Become German. General consensus is slug ending is the best. Okay, I feel pretty damn good though. I was impressed you got the 3 chords, especially the one in the abandoned workshop. Needed a guide to find that one. Where is the 4th chord? We got 3, but we missed one apparently, right? Apparently we missed an ending in there somewhere. It's related to an NPC quest that you never met. How did we spend 100 hours inside of this game and never meet an NPC quest? You're a punk rocker, you only need 3 chords. It's in the vid. Okay, cool. So chat, I have an idea about how to do these lore videos. I've been waiting for the VOD Vidya lore videos for a while. I've talked with some people. I've talked with Gabe. I've talked with Zach. But I want to just generally get you guys' ideas too. I think the goal is going to be to watch the 31-minute Bloodborne story explained video from VOD Vidya. That's probably like the most iconic one. However, apparently the 11-minute video, the shorter version, does a better overall job with the like macro scale what's going on in the game. I was kind of thinking we'd watch the 11-minute one, then the 31-minute one. Does that make sense to you guys? That's kind of my thoughts so far. Is that all? Does that track? Does that make sense to people? Is it crazy to watch them both? There are many things you missed, such as helping Gascoigne's daughter. You were too heartless. Get the big picture, then the longer video paints in the corners. Okay. Never actually watched the 11-minute one. There's also another video with it's 80 minutes long, which is apparently pretty good, but we're deciding not to watch. I decided not to watch it today. 80 minutes is a long freaking lore video, and I'm not sure we that would be best served. So okay. Let's do it then. The 80-minute one is by far the best one out there, but fair that it's too long. Yeah. Unfortunate. Okay. It's time. We're finally going to watch. After months, after so many hours in this game, we're finally going to watch the VOD Vidya lore videos for Bloodborne. I cannot wait to understand what the hell is happening in this game that I have spent 100 hours pouring through item descriptions, trying to piece together relationships between NPCs and bosses and the timeline between both the main game and the DLC. Apparently the VOD Vidya video is going to... thanks for the follow, Alex. Is going to cover the main game. This video is from 8 years ago. We're going to do the 11-minute one, and then right afterwards, the 31-minute one, because the 11-minute one is apparently better for the overall picture. And the 31-minute one is better for actually explaining details. It's time. I figured before we get into it, I would actually show you guys, like, talk to you guys about the notebook worth of questions that I've written down. And maybe I could, that way you guys know like what questions are on my mind, what I'm hoping to find answers for. Hopefully the video can answer some of them. Here are my questions from the main game. I'll ignore the DLC questions for now. Here are my questions from the main game that I pray that VOD Vidya will answer for me. First and foremost, I have major questions. There's two stories happening. There's the story that happens in the first 30 seconds of the game. And then there's the story once we are inside of the contract. My first question is, who are we in the first 30 seconds of the game? And what the is going on? Then you have the whole rest of the story. But what's happening in the first 30 seconds? Who is that person? Who am I in that situation? I have lots of questions. I have overall lore, like world building questions, like how did old Yharnam and all of that jazz get specifically to the situation that it's in right now? Like, how did the world become this way? Is it just a result of the, like, Mensis ritual, which I'm pretty sure I understand? Or was there some other inciting incident? Who made Janice and why? Janice is my name for the doll. Who made Janice and why did they make Janice? I don't think I know the answers to any of these questions. I'm curious about the timeline because the overall timeline is a little bit confusing to me. We have German and the workshop. We have Healing Church. We have Bergenwerth. We have the Holy Blades. I think I could maybe try and piece those into an order, but I'm not confident about that at all. This is Ryan's notebook of mad ramblings. This is true. My next question is, Janice, will you marry me? The question after that is, what the fuck is the moon presence? It's the final boss in the game, and I don't know what it is. It's Alien from the Alien movies, kind of. It's kind of a Demogorgon. I don't know what it is. It has something to do with the moon. What happened? I have written here, what happens if my grandma lives, aka that old lady that we saved for a second inside of the chapel, but then we also got her killed right after we saved her. What happens if she lives? Does anything happen? Who is the white lady with the blood on her outside of Murgo's wet nurse boss battle? Who can I trust in this game? And why is the answer no one? Also, one final question. Actually, I have multiple questions. What are Pale Bloods? What are contracts? What are Dark Beasts and what make them this way? Final question, exclamation blood. What's the deal with all this blood? All right, let's just watch it.
Your character arrived in Yharnam from a faraway
time.
land, seeking a cure for some unnamed illness. You sign a contract, take blood,
Audio?
and become a hunter of the dream, tasked with
No
ending
audio.
the spreading
Audio?
scourge of beasts. Like many hunters before you,
Oh my god, my headphones died? Wait. There is audio, but my headphones died? 1 second. This is the 11-minute video first for the overall picture.
your character arrived in Yharnam from a faraway land, seeking a cure for some unnamed illness. You sign a contract, take blood, and become a hunter of the dream, tasked with ending the spreading scourge of beasts. Like many hunters before you, your consciousness is now bound to the hunter's dream, and you are able to project yourself into the waking world of Yharnam. At the end of the game, the nameless moon presence descends. This is a great one, an elder being that beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream.
Okay. That is a new piece of lore for me. The Great Ones beckoned the hunters? And what? The hunter's dream? Started the hunter's dream?
That beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream.
Conceived it.
And you're here now asking, why? Well, let me tell you the story up until this point. It all began in the tombs below Yharnam. Once, what we now call Chalice Dungeons contained an entire civilization. It consisted of the Temerians and the Great Ones. The Temerians were a humanoid race, but the Great Ones were far from it. Each Great One is bizarre, unique.
The Great Ones together did not beckon the hunters. The Great One in particular did. That makes a lot of sense. The gods themselves are called Great Ones. The greatest of the Great Ones is called the Great One. Perfectly simple. Thank you, Miyazaki, for the very clear lore. Is the volume okay, chat? Hi, Alex. Welcome in.
And trying to pin down their motivations as a species or individually is fairly futile. The only thing that's clear about them is this: the Great Ones, like any other race, want to reproduce.
Vanti Vidya has a very calming voice.
But for them, it's difficult. Each Great One appears to be truly unique, and since that makes mating impossible, they impregnate their subjects instead.
We got to breeding so quickly. We're a minute and a half in, and the lore of Bloodborne is about breeding? There's nowhere in my book is breeding a question mark. What? Pregnant, by the way?
Ring of Betrothal states that in the age of the Great Ones, certain Temerians were permitted to bear a special child.
This is Murgo's mom, right? Frontsy question. We never fought Murgo's mom.
This union, certain Temerians...
This is the person I was just talking about. Yes, you murdered her. I did murder her outside of the room where her baby died, question mark. She is a Chalice dungeon boss. Wait. Oh, that's interesting. She's a Chalice dungeon boss. Okay, I'm going to stop pausing.
Were permitted to bear a special child. This union was a blood contract, our first reference to the blood of the Great Ones. Most of these births failed, but some didn't.
Uh-huh.
At some point, the Great Ones ascended. We know this because...
That is also a new one? That is also a Chalice dungeon? I was going to ask if you killed her. I skimmed through the VOD. I did kill her. Yeah. Okay.
There are multiple references to some Great Ones being left behind.
Does Murgo's mom have a name? So far the idea is great ones impregnate certain beings in order to have children. Her name is Queen Yarnum. Her name is Merg Mom. Queen Yarnum. Interesting. The story is they impregnate humans. Those births are not particularly successful, or they are don't always have a great chance of happening, but they can create new great ones.
Ones moved on to the Nightmare Realm, and the Tumerians were left alone, destined to watch over the physical remains of the slumbering Great Ones. In time, the Tumerian civilization fell to the plague of beasts. Perhaps it was something in the blood. Eventually, a group of Bergenworth scholars stumbled upon this place, and the events of Bloodborne were set into motion. The scholars discovered the old blood of the Great Ones, a miraculous substance that made...
The timeline. Thumeria is an old group. Bergenworth scholars discover the blood of the Great Ones.
...made their dream of evolution a reality.
They are obviously...
The school of Bergenworth was headed by Master Willem.
Enamored.
An ambitious, yet cautious man, Willem desired to ascend to a higher plane of existence, and believed that the knowledge of the Great Ones would lead him there. On the other hand, one of Willem's associates, Lawrence, believed that mankind could ascend through use of the old blood, the blood of the Great Ones. Lawrence seems headstrong and rash, where Willem advised caution. When we inspect the skull after defeating Vicar Amelia, this is the conflict we see.
No, but you...
This is the incredible cutscene. Okay, this is Fear the Old Blood.
will never listen. I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
Lawrence tells Willem he will always fear the old blood, yet he goes on to found the Healing Church, a faith built upon the miraculous old blood. Meanwhile, Willem remains behind at Bergenworth and decides to pursue alternate methods to ascension.
There's really like two kind of schools, no pun intended, of thought. One school and one church of thought. It seems like the lore emotes in the chat. It seems like there are two methods. There is like ascension via knowledge, and then there is using the old blood to sort of evolve yourself. Lawrence heads one of those ideas and creates the Healing Church potentially. And Willem heads the other one, and the Bergenworth scholars attempt to find like eldritch truth that way.
Lawrence and his church were central to the power in Yharnam. Perhaps they even built the place. Blood ministers doled out the miraculous healing blood to the populace, and the city evolved to reflect that. People came from far and wide, just like you did, for the chance to be healed. The Yharnamites, whose doors you knock on, are quite arrogant and proud, and dislike outsiders. However, after the old blood was introduced into the populace, people began turning into beasts.
You stop right there. Not an inch closer.
In response, the church founded the Hunter's Workshop, with Gurman at its head. Gurman's methods defined beast hunting. He abandoned the notion of armor and dressed instead for speed and agility. With a firearm in one hand and adaptable melee weapon in the other, the forces of the workshop became the city's primary defense against the beastly threat. Perhaps the workshop was even a secret organization, for item descriptions note that they worked under the cover of night, and the location of the workshop was certainly difficult to find.
Incredible. This is exactly what I was looking for so far. Super broad timelines, how factions came to be, and what their roles were versus each other.
The workshop would be abandoned in favor of the black and white church hunters. Perhaps Gurman's workshop failed in keeping the scourge a secret. Perhaps the church required a more intimidating approach. Whatever the case, the hunters were fighting for something, and it wasn't just to keep the populace safe. Turns out the Hunter's Workshop was just one of 3 branches of the church. The others were the choir and Mikolash's school of Mensis.
So choir, hunters, and then Mensis. We know what Mensis does. We're pretty sure. I believe the Mensis ritual is what is like basically perpetuating the scourge and the nighttime, I think. The choir, I still sort of barely understand.
The choir existed to continue the work that began at Byrgenwerth, namely the pursuit of insight by way of communion with the Great Ones.
And then reaching the cosmos.
The choir's work eventually led them to an audience with Abritas, a left-behind Great One. The School of Mensis was, as the name implies, devoted to research and learning, and while item descriptions state that Mensis was allied with the Healing Church, in our adventures it becomes clear that the school is responsible for most of the problems in this world.
Yeah.
In Bloodborne, it's difficult to point to a main antagonist, but if I had to, I'd point to Mikolash, who is the head of the School of...
Interesting. Vati would say Mikolash is the main antagonist. Wait, that's the wrong button. Shit.
Some say cosm.
Mikolash is the main antagonist, if you had to point to one. Mika shit? Yeah. Okay.
of Mensis.
Okay, I'm following.
Somehow, Mikolash got his hands on the umbilical cord of a Great One. These cords are very important. For simplicity's sake, think of these umbilical cords as powerful relics that enable contact with the Great Ones. There are 3 of these umbilical cords in-game, and
although technically there's 4.
They are used by 3 of the main characters.
The real lore question, is it Kos or Cosm? Kos or Cosm?
One cord was found by Mikolash, head of the School of Mensis. One cord is held by Willem, back in Byrgenwerth, and another cord went to German, of the Hunter's Workshop. Mikolash used his cord to perform a great ritual. It ripped a lecture hall of Mensis into the Nightmare Realm, so that they could be granted audience with a being named Murgo. It is...
Okay, I need to read that. I need to hear that one more time. Hold up. There are 4. One had not been found at this point, or he just forgot. It makes sense. I mean, this is 8 years ago. Makes sense. So, the Mensis ritual, hold up.
Believed that they could be granted or ripped a lecture hall of Mensis into the Nightmare Realm, so that...
So, Mikolash does a ritual to rip the whole lecture hall building into the Nightmare of Mensis to get audience with Murgo, who is a Great One. For what end?
That they could be granted audience with a being named Murgo. It is believed that Murgo is the child of a Great One, birthed through Yharnam, the Tumerian queen. There is little known about his power, his origins, or his significance, so just know for now that Mensis wanted audience with Murgo, but that this audience came at a great cost. A note in the village reads, "The Mensis ritual must be stopped, lest we all become beasts."
I have that exact thing. Mensis ritual must be stopped before we all become beasts.
Willem used his cord to, and I quote, elevate his being and thoughts to those of a Great One by lining his brain with eyes. In the lake below him, we come across Rom, the vacuous spider. Many descriptions in-game tell us that this spider hides all manner of rituals. In particular, though, it seems that the spider is holding back the effects of the Mensis ritual. When Rom is gone, a blood moon descends, blurring the line between beast and man.
So Willem is a hero? Rom is holding back the forces of the, like, scourge of beasts? I don't know that Willem's a hero. I don't know that that makes Willem a hero. Rom is a good guy, question mark? I think that's clear as day. I think Rom I loved Rom. I think Rom is a good guy, but because Rom is a spider, we just say, "Oh, Rom must be bad," and then we.
After this event, we find the path to Yahar'gul open, so our character can go through.
I'm sorry, Vati, you forgot the Z in Yahar'gul. That's how it's pronounced. Sorry.
And silence the harrowing cries of Murgo, the infant Great One.
Less doesn't mean before, does it? No, it means unless, but it does like, I think lest means unless, but it does like insinuate causality.
The third
Ram's a she.
umbilical cord found its way into Gurman's hands. After his hunter's workshop disbanded, Gurman was alone and unimportant. His only companion was this doll, which he appears to have crafted with love and care. Perhaps this doll's creator...
Gehrman made the doll. That's one of my questions. Gehrman made the doll. We know that Janice, aka the doll, is wearing the same clothing as Maria from DLC. More on that later.
had wished for such a friend, albeit in vain. His cord reads, "The great ones that inhabit the nightmare are sympathetic in spirit, and often answer when called upon." This third cord summoned the moon presence, a great one which beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream.
There's
Gurman
that line
got
again.
what he wanted, a companion and a purpose, but he becomes a puppet, endlessly finding and guiding hunters through the dream and out into the world, assumedly under the influences and desires of the moon presence. So, to recap, Mikolash,
Or some say Kozum.
whose character is ever ambitious to ascend and become a great one, used his cord to establish contact. He sacrificed his school of Mensis and brought the consequences of that contact upon the world. Willem, ever cautious, used his cord and rom to mask the effects of that ritual. And Gurman, lonely and lacking purpose, became a puppet to another great one named the Moon Presence. He guides hunters through this dream and out into a few select locations. The hunter's dream ends.
They make Gehrman really sympathetic in this description of lore. Vati doesn't know about Maria at this point. Yeah, because the DLC came out later, and this is from 8 years ago after just the main game is out. So the two lore videos we're going to watch are both from prior to the DLC. Then we're going to watch some DLC lore videos as well.
Ends when you successfully hunt down Murgo and his Nightmare of Mensis, suggesting that Mensis was the root of the Scourge of Beasts, and perhaps that the Moon Presence wanted the child of another Great One dead. When you silence Murgo, you return to the workshop on fire.
Yeah.
The dream's purpose is fulfilled.
The coolest fucking moment in the game, maybe. Popping back into the dream, seeing Janice standing there and everything on fire. So freaking cool. Oh, man. Such a cool moment.
You approach Gurman, host of this hunter's dream, and he tells you that he has the power to free you. If you choose this option, you are unbound from the dream. You lived through the hunt and saw the sunrise over Yharnam. If you reject Gurman...
Which is a little confusing to me, right? You lived through the hunt and saw the sunrise over Yharnam, but the cycle continues? Isn't it sort of... You're good, yeah. That's fine. Yeah. I don't remember what I was saying.
Gurman, the moon presence...
Oh yeah, how does daylight come up? How does daylight come up when the cycle is still continuing, right? I want to be here when we do this for Elden Ring one day.
Decides it needs another host for its dream. You become captivated by the moon presence and pledge to watch over the hunter's dream. But there is a third option, ascension.
That's us.
When the conditions are right for a great one to be born, the mother and child can be harvested for an umbilical cord. But
Wait a second. Where is this?
Ascension. When the conditions are right for a great one to be born, the mother...
It can't be this is a nightmare. This is an NPC you missed? This is the cord that you missed.
Mother and child can be harvested for an umbilical cord.
Oh, God. You just shoot the...
Great ones lose their children and yearn for a surrogate child instead. A replacement. Mikolash, Willem, Gurman, they all found umbilical cords somewhere.
She's my favorite NPC and I completely missed her? How did we spend 100 hours in this game and miss your favorite NPC? How is that possible?
In the past and used them for their own needs. But ultimately, each of them was unsuccessful in the contact that they had with the Great Ones. However, the notes of the Bergenworth scholars contain this information. 3 third chords. Hunt
found
the
that?
great ones. Hunt the great ones.
Think we found that?
If you consume 3 chords, you can resist becoming the moon presence's captive.
Beautiful.
Instead, you hunt the moon presence, and afterward, you become an infant great one, living inside the dream the moon presence conceived. You manage to ascend, as no one else before you did, and you will lift humanity into its next childhood.
Ascend with Gorb. You did talk to her once, technically? I can't wait to find out who the hell that is. Let's watch the longer video. Oh, that's whetted my appetite in exactly the right way. I'm so excited. Ascend with Gorb. Let's get some deeper details. We've got some questions. Gammon made Janice. We mostly have the timeline down. That didn't cover the Holy Blades at all, so I'm still a little bit confused how Ludwig and all of that fits in, but that's maybe for a video that understands the DLC too. We understand the moon presence. It is a great one. It's kind of... We understand what the Mensis ritual does. We understand who Murgo's mom is now. I still don't know what the deal is with all this blood, and I still don't know what's happening in the first 30 seconds of the game. Let's do it.
The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown.
Okay, that's beautiful.
H.P. Lovecraft.
Lovecraft, of course.
Our eyes are yet to open.
Fear the old blood.
These were the words spoken between Master Willem and Lawrence, from the cautious teacher to the ambitious student. Fear what you do not understand. Fear the old blood. And so our story begins, as you might have guessed, with blood. Ancient blood. Deep below the city of Yharnam lies the ancient underground labyrinth of Tumeru. You know it as the Chalice Dungeons. The old labyrinth was carved out by the Tumerians, superhuman beings that are said to have discovered a sinister truth. The hunters had another name for the labyrinth. They called it the Tomb of the Gods, for below they found traces of godlike beings named the Great Ones. The Great Ones could function on transcendental planes of thought, meaning they had elevated their consciousness beyond the physical realm. The benefits of operating on this plane are unclear. Perhaps it was in the name of immortality, or perhaps power, as even beyond, the Great Ones could interfere with beings and events in the waking world. Whatever the case, it is clear that some sort of ascension took place.
It does make me a little sad that we actually didn't really hop into the Chalice Dungeons all that far. We did a little bit, but really not that much. I don't have regrets, but I think it was good to keep me moving on the main story, but...
There are numerous
there was some lore down there.
To some Great Ones being left behind. Of all the strange life forms that reside in the nooks and crannies of the old labyrinth, the slugs are clear signs of the left-behind Great Ones.
They're a grind, though?
One such Great One appears to be abandoned Abritus, a left-behind being who apparently did not ascend with her brethren.
What a fight.
One day, Abritus would be discovered by the humans above, in a crusade that begins with a character named Willem. Master Willem presided over a prestigious place of learning, Byrgenwerth. Situated by a tranquil lake and secluded within a gigantic forest, Byrgenwerth housed the minds that would change the world. In fact, everything sacred in Yharnam came to be traced back to Byrgenwerth, including the most influential characters within our story. Bloodborne's lore is very character-driven, and there are 5 who I'm going to help you
That is well said, Vati. That is very well said. Bloodborne's lore is character-driven.
Become familiar with. There was Master Willem, Runesmith Carol, Lawrence, Mikolash, and Gurman. I'll introduce them to you in the order that they become relevant in the story.
Runesmith Carol, interesting.
As I said, Master Willem was the head of the school at Byrgenwerth. The man was obsessed with the truth and believed in pushing the limits of humanity. In almost every dialogue and description, Willem is referred to as Master or Provost, clearly deserving of a great deal of respect. Many would eventually diverge from his tutorage, but few can say that they didn't owe everything to his research, for while Willem presided over Byrgenwerth, the scholars there discovered terrific things in the tombs below the city of Yharnam.
Once, a group of young Byrgenwerth scholars discovered a holy medium deep within the tomb.
My man.
This led
Julia,
to the founding
hi.
of the Healing Church and the establishment of blood healing.
It's hard to be sure exactly what was found, but we do know it was related to the Great Ones. On the ground floor of Bergenworth College, we find the Pearl Slug.
Hi, Julio. We're just a couple minutes into the VOD video, lore video. Alfred, my dude.
Remnants of the Great Ones, and at the very...
Oh, this reminds me. I actually found the, I found a, like, Abriatus item, right, chat? That I never actually used. I found an Abriatus item, like a slug-looking item. I never used that, did I? I wonder if I couldn't... I can't remember if I can't used it. If I couldn't use it because I didn't have enough arcane levels or something. Augur of Abriatus, that's right. It's in the showcase. Zach is prepared for today.
Very top of the college, we find the empty phantasm shell, an empty invertebrate shell that is said to be the familiar of a Great One. After this discovery, whatever it was that showed them that the Great Ones existed, the Bergenworth scholars launched an inquiry into the Great Ones and the Old Blood. For from this point onwards, there is an explosion of lore and history and references to what the scholars found in the tombs below Yharnam. Many of these references come from runesmith Carol, the second character of our story. Carol transcribed the inhuman utterings of the Great Ones into what we now call Carol runes. Sure. In true Lovecraftian fashion, it is really likely that it's impossible for humans to comprehend the speech of the Great Ones, but Carol apparently had a knack, a talent, for creating a visual representation of the Great One's words. The hunter who receives this workshop tool can etch Carol runes into their mind to attain their wondrous strength. Provost Willem would have been proud of Carol's runes, as they do not rely upon blood in any measure.
That is such an interesting line, knowing what we know now. That it's kind of like blood v knowledge, blood versus knowledge. And Willem would be very much a fan of the runes because they don't require, like, sort of poisoning yourself with the blood of the Great Ones.
This statement is curious. It tells us three things. First, Provost Willem and Carol were close, as Willem would have been proud of him. And second, Willem didn't have a chance to be proud, so it's possible that the two lost contact. And thirdly, and most importantly, Willem would have been proud because the runes did not rely on blood. In other words, Willem did not approve the use of the Old Blood, the blood found in the Tomb of the Gods. The Metamorphosis rune states, the discovery of blood made their dream of evolution a reality. Metamorphosis and the excesses and
deviation that followed. That tells the whole story.
The beginning.
Man, this is just close reading with Vati, and I'm loving it so far. It's just close reading of all of the item descriptions.
Believed in a different path. He believed in attaining more insight, for humanity's eyes had yet to open. The Eye rune states that Master Willem looked to beings from higher planes for guidance, and sought to line his brain with eyes in order to elevate his thoughts.
I can't wait to understand the explanation for insight. Because I know that insight changes whether or not Janice is a doll or a person. I know that it can be used as a currency. I think that's about all that I know.
These descriptions, you should have some idea of the scale of ambition of these characters. With the discovery of beings greater than them came a desire to ascend into godhood, to push humanity into its next stage of evolution. The only question was, how? Blood or insight? And this was a question that split the ranks of the Bergenworth scholars.
Blood or insight?
It's how we arrived at the cutscene we started at earlier, with Master Willem and Lawrence parting ways.
Master Willem.
Zach's document has a list of every way to gain insight and every effect that it has. Oh my god. Zach is the MVP.
I've come to bid you farewell.
Sorry, let me back that up real quick.
Master Willem, I've come to bid you farewell.
That's Lawrence?
Oh, I know. You think now to betray me.
Yeah, okay.
From this cutscene, we can infer that Lawrence was a high-ranking student of Master Willem, because firstly, Lawrence refers to Willem as Master, and secondly, Willem clearly regards Lawrence highly enough to call this departure a betrayal.
No, but you will never listen.
Lawrence disagrees. He does not see it as betrayal, and here we come to the heart of what their disagreement is about. Essentially, it boils down to the difference between the two resources in the game. Willem believes man requires insight and knowledge to ascend. Lawrence believes in the power of blood. Lawrence attempts to reassure Willem, telling him he will always fear the old blood, but that this fear will not stop him using it.
I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open.
Fear the old blood.
I know Willem is like a Palpatine-like character, but I have more respect for him after this. After the DLC, seeing what Lawrence has become, and after these explanations of Willem encouraging caution and Rom holding back the effects of the ritual, I have more respect for Willem than ever before. We'll see if
Lawrence
that changes.
Leaves the Byrgenwerth scholars, presumably with a small group of rebels, and goes on to found the Healing Church. Willem remains at Byrgenwerth and attempts to elevate his thoughts to a higher plane. He will return to our story at a later time, so while I tell you of what Lawrence went on to do, imagine Willem here in Byrgenwerth, sitting in his rocking chair over the lake, musing on how to acquire insight and elevate his thoughts to a higher plane. Everything Lawrence would come to achieve was based on the knowledge he had come by in Byrgenwerth. In retrospect, we clearly see why Willem saw Lawrence's departure as a betrayal. Perhaps Willem himself even planted these ideas in Lawrence's mind. A note in the lecture hall reads, "Master Willem was right. Evolution without courage will be the ruin of our race."
Oh, I don't know if I found that. I didn't comprehend it if I did find it. Evolution without courage will be the ruin of our race. That is a very heavy-handed, it's like a big hand on the scale.
Had courage, but it is likely that his courage bordered on arrogance. The Byrgenwerth student uniform states, "The Healing Church has its roots in Byrgenwerth and naturally borrows heavily from its uniform design. The focus not on knowledge or thought, but on pure pretension would surely bring Master Willem to despair, if only he knew." So Lawrence threw caution to the wind and put his faith in the old blood. Think on human history. Imagine if, in any era, a church was founded that had access to a substance that could cure any illness. Imagine if this church gave it freely to a city, how powerful that city would become, and how powerful the church would become within it. This is exactly what happened in Yharnam. People came far and wide to be treated with the miraculous blood of the gods, and the people of Yharnam put their faith in the Healing Church. In fact, what happened in Yharnam is eerily similar to what happened in the tombs deep below, where the blood was originally...
So I have a question. Does this video cover, like, Yosefka? Does this video cover Yosefka? I'm majorly curious right now about Yosefka and it has to, right? At least a little bit. I think maybe not. Dang, we'll have to find some Yosefka lore at some point.
Originally found, and as you know, many Chalice dungeons, especially those of Loran, are now overrun by
Although I think I
horrific
mostly
beasts.
understand Yosefka's
The
lore.
lower Loran Chalice states, "There are trace remains of medical procedures in parts of ailing Loran. Whether these were attempts to control the scourge of the beasts or the cause of the outbreak is unknown." The ailing Loran Chalice states, "The tragedy that struck this ailing land of Loran is said to have its root in the scourge of the beast. Some have made the dreaded extrapolation that Yharnam may be next." Yharnam was
Because Yosefka's basically doing blood experimentation, right? She's running a, like, fake healing clinic, experimenting on the people who come there, and also probably experimenting on herself? Rhetorical question. Not Yosefka, imposter. Sorry, the person I call Yosefka is the person you believe is Yosefka at the start, right? Does this stream no spoilers? I don't know. I should probably just watch the video. I think we're open to front seating at this point. I think at this point I'm gonna learn it. So yeah, answer however you'd like. Answer with the truth. Real Yosefka killed? Okay. There's a video about it? Okay.
Next, through overuse of the healing blood, the city would eventually succumb to the scourge of the beast. Until then, though, Lawrence and the healing church
Imposter from the
managed to
choir.
grow in power with the miraculous
Shit, okay, I
healing
gotta focus.
properties of their special, yet infected, blood. Yharnam grows to become a city of worship and fear. As you explore throughout the city, you see the influence of the church everywhere. With Yharnam's resources, Lawrence clearly had the power to grow the church beyond what would have been possible at Byrgenwerth. All the while, he continued exploring the labyrinth below Yharnam. The Tomb Prospector set reads, "Attire of the Tomb Prospectors who explore the old labyrinth on behalf of the Healing Church. The Healing Church traces its roots to Byrgenwerth and is therefore aware of the ruins' true importance. These ruins contain much
Real
more than
Yosefka
hunter
is good?
trinkets. Indeed, they
Did I know that the Yosefka... Okay, I have lots of questions on
hide
this.
the very secrets of the old Great Ones, sought after by those with the insight to imagine greatness." On top of this, Lawrence split the church into multiple branches, each with a different purpose. There was the choir,
Okay.
the School of Mensis,
Branches.
and the
Good stuff.
workshop. We'll get to these branches as they become appropriate, but the main purpose of the church, at least to the people of Yharnam, was the administration of blood healing. Within the Grand Cathedral itself lies a note that says, "Heir to the ritual of blood, purveyor of ministration, place your hand upon the altar's sacred covering and inscribe Master Lawrence's adage upon your flesh." Blood ministers would have been those who administered the blood healing. How else would the people of Yharnam be so obsessed with blood? In Yharnam, they produced more blood than alcohol, as the former is more intoxicating.
Okay.
However, the ministration of blood was likely a means to an end, for the Healing Church still intended to commune with the Great Ones, in hopes of ascending humanity to a higher plane. This task was given to the choir, a group who were a part of the Healing Church. Members of the choir are both the highest-ranking clerics of the Healing Church and scholars who continued the work that began at Byrgenwerth. The eye covering indicates their debt to the teachings of Master Willem, even though their paths diverged. The choir, garbed in black and white, with the familiar eye covering, occupied the upper cathedral ward. It seems to have been their job to research and make contact with the Great Ones.
What a terrifying fucking area this is.
Great
Upper
Ist
Cathedral
Chalice
Ward.
became the cornerstone of the choir, the elite delegation of the Healing Church. It was also the first great chalice brought back to the surface since the time of Byrgenwerth and allowed the choir to have audience with Ebritus. Ebritus was the left-behind Great One, who came to reside below the Grand Cathedral. We are told that the Grand Cathedral is the birthplace of the Healing Church's special blood, and if the Church were indeed using the blood of the Great Ones, then who's to say it wasn't Ebritus's blood? The Augur of Ebritus
Now
is one
that's
of
an
the
interesting idea. Maybe it's Ebritus's blood, the blood of the Great Ones that the Healing Church is using. Man, Ebritus also comes out really sympathetic in this. A like abandoned Great One, lonely in the altar of despair underneath the Grand Cathedral.
rites of the choir.
I'm starting to feel
used by
bad
the
for
high-ranking
Ebritus.
members of the Healing Church. Use phantasms, the invertebrates known to be augurs of the Great Ones, to partially summon abandoned Ebritus. One of the few rites that allow one to directly utilize the power of the Great Ones and evidence
Ebritus
that
got
choir
left at
had
the altar?
approached the Eldritch Truth. The Augur of Ebritus is an arcane method of fighting that was
Ebritus and
actually
Rom were
shared
supposed to
with
get
the
married.
second subsection of the Healing Church, the School of Mensis. The upper echelons of the Healing Church are formed by the School of Mensis, based in the Unseen Village. This brings us to our next important character, Mikolash, who was likely the head of the School of Mensis. The School of Mensis was, as
Did
the
somebody
name
say
implies,
Mikolash?
Some say cosm.
a place of learning, research, and experimentation for the Healing Church. Their student set reads, "The Healing Church has its roots in Byrgenwerth and naturally borrows heavily from its uniform design."
Make a bitch with that attack right there.
The school was based below Yharnam, in a place called Yahagul, the Unseen Village. Clearly, the work of Mensis was intended to be kept a secret from the people of Yharnam.
I gotta say, the Mensis stuff is the Mensis school and the Unseen Village stuff is to me where the like true heart of the darkness of this game comes from. Like this whole area and the like, I'm going to say the word necromantic, but I don't know that that's exactly correct, but like the sort of necromantic parts of this and their headpieces are also so freaking cursed. It's like the true, like discovering this part is like, oh, I was seeing the symptoms of the problem in Yharnam, and now I'm seeing the source of the problem. Like this place is where it all is bad. Hi, Evo.
In fact, as time went on, the school increasingly seems to have been working alone, even separately from the healing church itself. The Yahar'gul attire tells us, the hunters of Yahar'gul answer to the village's founders, the School of Mensis. Hunters in name only, these kidnappers blend into the night wearing this attire. These were not
So does the, also speaking of so these hunters are also the most annoying hunters in the game, or at least a couple of them. Do the what I called the bag ladies also work for the School of Mensis? The people who kidnap you into the unseen village for the first time probably work for the School of Mensis, right? They are also kidnappers. Yeah, they look like church workers, but they
true hunters. That title was saved for the third subsection of the healing church, the Hunters of the Workshop. These capable warriors of the church appeared as the scourge of the beast began to show in Yharnam. The workshop hunters served under Gurman, the first hunter, who...
So, am I correct in saying the scourge of the beast is a blood-borne infection caused by the School of Mensis ritual? Is that a correct sentence? The scourge of beasts is caused by a blood-borne infection from the School of Mensis, caused by the School of Mensis ritual? No? Okay. What part of that is not correct? I would rephrase that in a way that is correct. Because I am still trying to piece together the central, like, why are people becoming infected? Or, like, what's going on there? Hi, K-Bell. How's it going? Just got home? How's it going? Because that's, like, it's such a basic question, but it's, like, one of the... I'm feeling like I'm getting closer, but maybe I'm still missing something. The Scourge of Beasts is caused by the blood. Use of the blood slowly turns you into a beast. So it's just the healing church's use of the blood, period. Okay. It's not the ritual itself which is doing it. It's just using the blood at all, period, causes the infection. It's never meant to be consumed, and they did anyways. Okay. That's simpler and also makes perfect sense.
You're all familiar with. The hunter attire
Cool.
Reed served under Gurman, the first hunter, who you're all familiar with. The hunter attire reads, one of the standard articles of hunter attire fashioned at the workshop, a fine piece of hunter attire that provides stable defense to anyone facing Yharnam's beastly
Cable,
threat.
it's so fucking hot
Allows
outside.
one to stalk beasts unannounced by cover of night. It's possible the unannounced part of that sentence is to do with killing beasts without them noticing you, but it could also be...
This says unannounced. Sorry, I keep pausing. I do have to point out that I scrolled really quickly through the document that Zach sent me today before stream, and I do know that one of the pages says parrying is really good or something like that, and the other one says it is possible to sneak in this game. So I can't wait to find out how that works. You can sneak in this game.
Because the workshop was a secret institution. The original workshop is located in a very hard to find part of Cathedral Ward, and think about it, you don't want the townsfolk believing that the blood is turning them into beasts.
Can't wait to
when
find
that
that out.
information is floating
Yeah,
around,
you can jump?
you want to avoid panic at all costs. So the hunters hunted beasts under the cover of night, but the hunters and the beastly scourge couldn't stay a secret forever.
Leave the hunting
In
of
what
hunters
would come to be
to me.
called Old Yharnam, a new disease appeared. It was called Ashen Blood. I call it a disease, but the small medicinal tablets used to treat it actually counteract poison. A tablet used to treat Ashen Blood, the baffling sickness that ravaged Old Yharnam long ago. These tablets only provide...
Is this the same infection we were just talking about? Ashen blood? Is this the name of the bloodborne infection that we're talking about? Different, okay.
Provide short-term relief. The ashen blood ailment eventually triggered the spread of the beastly scourge. Think about that. We know that the old blood heals every illness. We know that the old blood causes the beastly scourge. And we now know that the ashen blood caused the beastly scourge to spread. In short, it seems like people were infected with the ashen blood, and the medicine that they had only provided short-term relief, and they were forced to imbibe the old blood instead. It's even possible that the healing church used this ashen blood to gain power, swooping in with this miracle.
They cured one infection with another infection. Holy shit. That's really cool. The ashen blood was an infection. The healing church said, we have a cure, which gave you a different infection. That's wild.
Wait. This isn't Minecraft. I have the...
Hi, Tub. How's it going? Thanks for the 10 bits. How's it going, dude?
Miracle cure and liberating the people from
Sorry,
the
we're in the middle of a
ashen
lore
blood
thing.
disease. Since ashen blood
You're good,
seemed
you're good.
poisonous in nature, perhaps the church even
How's it going, man?
poisoned the populace just for that excuse to use the old blood. Because that excuse to get the populace to believe in you, that would have been so powerful. But whatever the case, the beastly scourge was triggered overwhelmingly in Old Yharnam, we know that much, to the point where they actually had to burn it down and cordon off Old Yharnam from the rest of the city.
No worries,
The
dude.
moon hangs low, and beasts rule the streets. Are we left no other choice than to burn it all to cinders? With this, the hunt became known to all. Perhaps the church feared an uprising from the people of Yharnam, for a note in central Yharnam reads, "When the hunt began, the healing church left us, blocking the great bridge to Cathedral Ward as Old Yharnam burned to the ground that moonlit night." As a result, Gurman's workshop was sealed and closed. With the scourge of the beast known to all, perhaps there was no need for secrecy anymore. The Saw Hunter badge...
So the workshop itself closes as a result of that, too. The workshop is closed because there is no reason for secrecy at that point. Or at least maybe one reason is there's no reason for secrecy. Be lurking for today? I love it. Tub, have you been on the Minecraft server recently? Have you been playing?
comes to read, badge crafted long ago at the workshop attests to one's prowess as a hunter of beasts. The workshop is gone, and no group recognizes this meaningless badge. At this point, the church retreats. They block themselves off in Upper Cathedral Ward and come up with a new strategy for dealing with the scourge of the beast.
I have to ask another unrelated question. Is this outfit that the character has been wearing the whole time an outfit that I have? I don't recognize this outfit. Is this from that NPC that I did not meet? I really like the red and the like lace or like the edges. You may not have that. I forgot it in the showcase. It's from Canehurst. I might have it. I didn't get it. I missed it. Okay. I don't have it. Never mind.
Off in
It's
Upper
good.
Cathedral Ward and come up with a new strategy for dealing with the scourge of the beasts that is
feels very
spreading throughout
Canehurst.
Yharnam. Eventually, the workshop hunters would disband, and the church founded the Church Hunter Workshop in its place. Ludwig was the chief hunter of the Healing Church, which consisted of hunters garbed in black and white. The Black Church Hunter attire reads, most Healing Church hunters are elementary doctors who understand the importance of early prevention of the scourge, achieved by disposing of victims, even potential victims, before signs of...
Holy cow, that's so menacing. I never pieced together how menacing that is. Disposing of victims and even potential victims before signs of sickness manifest themselves. That is dark. There's preventative medicine, there's preventative care, and then there's preventative care, and Ludwig was on that preventative care.
sickness manifest themselves. Their black attire is synonymous with fear and that peculiar Yharnam madness. The Black Church Hunter's job was clear. Remove any sign of the scourge of the beast, even if it hasn't manifested itself yet.
A blade.
The fear that it inspired in the citizens shows. Most in Upper Cathedral Ward are deathly afraid of the church. The White Church Hunter's jobs were...
Is that dialogue that you get if you're wearing the black church hunter's garb. We have such gratitude for the church. Is that interesting? If you wear the they're saying I'm grateful, but it's grateful from fear. That's always there, I'm pretty sure. Okay, never mind then.
We're a bit different. These doctors are superior
Preventative care. Care was indeed prevented.
to the black white church hunters' jobs were a bit different. These doctors are superiors to the black preventative hunters and specialists in experimentally backed blood ministration and the scourge of the beast. They believe that medicine is not a means of treatment, but rather a method of research, and that some knowledge can only be attained by exposing oneself to sickness. Their experimentation might explain the monstrously large church giants who would have been particularly useful in the fight against the beasts. Ludwig's greatsword exhibits several departures from the workshop's design, suggesting that the church anticipated much larger, inhuman beasts. On top of this, Ludwig took a much more overt approach to beast hunting. Nightly, he would embark upon central Yharnam, across the Great Bridge, to fight back against the beasts. But he was not alone. The population of central Yharnam joined the hunt as well, swelling the ranks of the hunters. Ludwig, the first hunter of the Healing Church, once recruited Yharnamites to serve as hunters.
I wonder where that piece of dialogue is from. That piece of lore is from. Required Yharnamites to serve as hunters?
This hunter's attire was made for new recruits and has excellent straightforward defense, but not nearly enough to allow an ordinary man to stand any real chance against the beasts. It sounds like a very clever move.
I'm loving this part. Holy shit. Ludwig recruited normal-ass people to fight off beasts. Those people had no chance.
As it probably stopped the populace blaming the church and likely formed more of a us versus them mentality. Meanwhile, in Bergenworth, Master Willem had an epiphany. We are thinking on the basest of planes. What we need are more eyes. Willem took this very literally. The remaining students of Bergenworth appear to have been transformed into multi-eyed, fly-like creatures, and more importantly, Willem himself found an umbilical cord of a Great One, which was a very significant and powerful artifact. Provost Willem sought the cord in order to elevate his being and thoughts to those of a Great One by lining his brain with eyes, the only choice he knew if man were ever to match their greatness. Used to gain insight, and, so they say, eyes on the inside, although no one remembers what that truly entails. It's difficult to know exactly how Willem came across or created.
I can't wait to figure this out from Zach's document. I have this sneaking suspicion, and I might be wrong. I kind of feel like insight is sort of the like myth of useful knowledge. Rather than actual useful knowledge, it kind of feels like insight might be a sort of addiction of its own kind. I don't know. I can't wait to see. Zach said in the document I have like a list of the benefits from insight. I can't wait to see if it's like actually getting you closer to the capital T truth, or if it's like sort of removing you from the truth, you know? Because I can imagine a sort of fucked up Soulsborne type of story where there are these scholars and they're getting insight and they're lining their brains with eyes. And the thing that they are getting, and the thing that they're doing is escaping this world, or like not actually getting any closer to the truth. The whole madness versus knowledge bit. Yeah.
Created an umbilical cord, so we'll have to go into that in another video.
Can we spoil a bit about insight? I think we're going to cover it here at a later part, so maybe just wait till then.
Just know that he has one for now. When we encounter Willem, he directs us to the Great Lake. The power of great bodies of water is actually referenced in a few runes. Great volumes of water serve as a bulwark guarding sleep, and an augur of the Eldritch truth. Overcome this hindrance and seek what is yours. The lake and what lies within it hides the truth. Rom, the Bergenworth spider, lies within, and there's a lot we don't know about her, but I'll tell you what we do know. The Bergenworth spider hides all manner of rituals and keeps our lost master from us, a terrible shame. The spider is certain to reveal nothing, for true enlightenment need not be shared. I believe this is what the vacuous part of Rom's name refers to. This creature is somehow hiding the true nature of the world, and when you defeat it, you don't need insight to see the world for what it truly is. The night moves forward. The blood moon descends, and after killing Rom, we are finally granted access to what remains of Yahar'gul, home of Mikolash and his school of Mensis.
So that makes Rom seem slightly less sympathetic. The thing that Rom is doing is sort of cloaking reality from you, is one way of interpreting it there. It might be a well-intentioned cloaking, but you are still not... Rom is friend-shaped? Rom is something shaped. Rom's a spider. I never had any sympathy. Vodka's just got out the boot and started stomping.
The school of Mensis appears to have grown apart from the healing church
This is the fisting
and
skeleton.
the choir. There is little information on Mikolash and his school, but we can prove that there was a split. Firstly, Mikolash uses the Augur of Abritus, a secret rite of the choir shared among the high-ranking members of the healing church. This suggests he was trusted with this information and was once a sane member of the church. To prove that there was a split between the healing church's choir and the school.
Carly says I looked up Rom fan art the day you did that fight, and I've been in love ever since. Hold up. Let me do a quick little Google. That's not Rom. That's something else. Rom the vacuous spider. I'm going to Google it off screen real quick so that I don't have to see if anything is particularly terrible or inappropriate. I mean, that's pretty cute. Make sure safe search is on, exactly. I like that one. Friend-shaped? Maybe a little bit friend-shaped. A little bit friend-shaped. Friend-shaped.
We note clear signs of distrust and fighting between the groups. Imprisoned inside Yahar'gul is the corpse of a member of the choir. And inside the Nightmare of Mensis, we find who the official guide calls Edgar, choir intelligence. Clearly, the choir was...
Okay, what? I looked away for 2 seconds.
Is the corpse of a member of the choir. And inside the Nightmare of Mensis, we find who...
We find this person? Do we? Did I?
The official guide calls Edgar, choir intelligence. Clearly, the choir was suspicious of what was going on in Yahar'gul with the school of Mensis, and based on what...
The enemy? Did I fight that enemy? I did find them? Okay. You spoon to wound him? Spun to one? Spin to win? 3 times he exploded? Okay, great. Never mind.
We find there, in Yahar'gul, it seems the choir had good reason to be. The school of Mensis were attempting to commune with the Great Ones, and they succeeded. As Willem did, they found an umbilical cord. We find 4 cords in the game that allow contact with the Great Ones, and Mikolash had one.
So he does say, Vati does say there's 4 chords in this video.
Mensis audience with Murgo, but resulted in the stillbirth of their brains. As we know, most Great Ones reside in the Nightmare Realm, and whatever ritual they performed with this cord ripped Mensis and its students into a nightmare. That's why you find the lecture hall in the nightmare, and that's why there's hundreds of dead students throughout Yahar'gul, all wearing the cage that appears to have delivered them to their harrowing nightmare. Mikolash's corpse provides a gateway into the nightmare, and we find him here, clearly insane, wandering the halls.
Some say cosm.
Mikolash believes that it's possible to ascend towards becoming a Great One, citing Rom as his example. Rom, however, is not fully developed, rather she has the blood of their kin. And let's just go back to Rom for a second. When you defeat Rom, Queen Yharnam appears. She's a Tremere...
I forgot about that. Oh, I knew I'd seen her somewhere before. Before Murgo's wet nurse boss, the room. I forgot that she was here.
Aryan woman who has clearly suffered a childbirth gone horribly wrong. She is linked to the Nightmare of Men.
Does she say anything in that moment? Front seat question. After you defeat Rom, she's there in the water. Does she say anything? Just cries? Okay. I think around that point, though, is when I started to think about... I started to get the lore about killing a kid or calming a kid. But that's... Oh, I don't even know if that's related to this necessarily. That might be related to that NPC.
to the ritual that Rom was hiding, and she appears in this nightmare looking up towards Murgo's loft, where Murgo and his wet nurse reside. Queen Yharnam hails from the Tumerian civilization that was in power long ago,
Queen
and she was
Yharnam
blessed
lore.
with a child of the Great Ones. From the way she appears outside Murgo's loft, it is clear that her consciousness, her spirit, was pulled into this nightmare as well. Even when you encounter Queen Yharnam's real self in the Tumerian tombs, the baby Murgo screams whenever you hit her, and even when you kill Yharnam in the tombs, it is clear that she is not actually dead, but her horrific consciousness is only asleep. And
Yharnam Stone. Queen lies dead, her horrific consciousness is only asleep, and stirs in unsettling motions.
it stirs in unsettling motions. Her consciousness seems to be showing up here in the nightmare, completely separate from her physical form. The same thing is happening with you, with Mikolash, with the Great Ones in the nightmare with you. You all exist in this nightmare that Mensis created. So your next question is, which Great One impregnated Yharnam with Murgo all those years ago? I believe it is formless Erden. The Great One Erden, lacking form, exists only in voice. To cite the fastest evidence to present, there's nothing in the cradle after you defeat Murgo, and Murgo himself, the child, has no form. Also, his cries are heard throughout your adventure. He exists everywhere. Additionally, Murgo's wet nurse has no form under those robes.
Oh my god. Playing the music box while in this fight is such a genius idea. Does it actually do anything?
And also, the women that are impregnated when this blood moon descends are all related to Erden. But
That's such a good idea. I walked around with the music box for so long, trying it at different points, and it didn't do anything.
we'll get to that in another video. When you defeat Murgo's wet nurse, you get a message unlike any other that you've received thus far. Instead of prey slaughtered, you get nightmare slain. You defeated a true Great One that's elevated its consciousness to the nightmare realm, and the game is nearing its end. However, all of this should make you think.
It works on
The
Gaston.
nightmare of Mensis isn't the only dream world I've set foot in, is it? This entire time, I've actually been journeying out from the hunter's dream, guided by lanterns that led me to Murgo and her wet nurse, all of which is made possible by German and his doll. Travel to the hunter's workshop in the waking world and seek the truth. Every Great One loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. The third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. Next to the
You know what the biggest question on my mind is? What the fuck is the pale blood? We're 26 minutes into this video with 5 minutes left. We also watched the other video. I don't think I've seen a single reference to pale blood with a capital P.
cord is the unanimated doll. Take a head.
That's the big one now. What the fuck is the pale blood? Nobody knows? Actually, nobody knows? Or
Hairpin from this real doll and then pass it
serious? No one knows? No one knows what the pale blood is? Pale blood is the one thing that people still don't know much about. It's like the first thing they tell you to do. Seek the pale blood. Transcend the hunt. No one knows? There are theories, but we have no definitive answer. I've got a suspicion. Hi, Chamos. I've got a suspicion. Hi, Panda. I've got Chinese food. Oh, you're making me hungry.
along to the doll in the dream. When you give her the hairpin, she sheds a single tear, which reads, "Created from the shining silver doll tear, this blood gem is a quiet yet unfaltering friend that continually restores HP, the life essence of a hunter. Perhaps this doll's creator had wished for such a friend, albeit in vain."
Lore.
It's clear that German called upon the Great Ones using an umbilical cord, similar to the manner in which Mikolash did. The Great Ones that inhabit the nightmare are sympathetic in spirit and often answer when called upon. German, lonely and lacking purpose after the church had no more need for his workshop, must have called upon the Great Ones. A Great One responded, the pale moon presence, and imprisoned German within the dream. For while German sleeps, he utters this rare piece of dialogue that clearly shows he does not want to be here.
Yeah. This is the troubled moment.
Lawrence, Master Willem.
This is so important because this reveals Gehrman's true... Oh man, this line is so important now. Damn. Important info, that note about the pale blood was written by your own character. It's meant to say so in-game, but the translation messed that up. You didn't hear this one? I think we did. I think we heard it. Yeah. During a DLC stream. We heard it very near the end. I did not piece it together as... I didn't have the context from today where, like, Lawrence and Willem went in such different directions. Oh man.
Somebody, help me. Unshackle me, please. Anybody. I've had enough of this dream.
Yeah, I have it written down. It is from the DLC stream because I have written down in the on my DLC notes the night blocks all sight. Germon's suffering eased? ? The night blocks all sight.
The night blocks all sight.
I think it's the first time I thought maybe we have to ease his suffering.
Please.
So for what purpose was the dream conceived? Well, the doll tells us that countless hunters have passed through here, and all of the...
What's up with the orphan? That's the only Bloodborne thing I know. I'll tell you what, we're not going to find out in the next 2 minutes of this video, but we are going to watch a DLC video later that I hope explains it, because the orphan is also a big old question mark in my mind.
Graves tell us that as well. And Eileen and Jura both have dialogue that is testament to that fact. They talk about how they've been through this dream before as well. So why are hunters being sent through this dream, unable to pass away, just forced to go out into the world and kill beasts? It becomes clearer when you kill Murgo's wet nurse. You return to the hunter's workshop burning down, the dream's purpose fulfilled. Ergo, the purpose of your dream and your hunt appears to have been to slay a great one. 3 endings are presented to you. The first. German offers you a way out of the dream. He asks you to accept your death, for if you...
So, am I correct in saying that if you get to this point, you have only slain one great one? Is it saying you slay one great one? No, because we kill a Briatis. Wait. Is that what it's saying? Once you kill a Briatis, you come here and the fire? Unless you did the DLC, which will change things. Of course. That makes sense. Is a Briatis the great one you have slain when you get here and things go on fire? I'm still a little bit confused about Murgo and Murgo's wet nurse. Because she's optional. Good point. Also amygdala. Okay, the thing with blades that looks a little bit like a crow. That is the wet nurse, right? Murgo is invisible. The wet nurse is what we killed. We didn't actually kill Murgo, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. So German's goal was kind of for us to, okay.
If you do, then you'll awaken in the waking world of Yharnam, and your consciousness will be no longer linked to the dream.
Murgo does die afterwards. That's a great point. You could assume Murgo might die afterwards.
The trophy for this ending reads, "You lived through the hunt and saw another day." The second option is to reject German. He suggests that to do so must be a decision caused by madness.
We're getting there, baby.
And he pits his will against
We're
yours
getting there.
to forcibly remove you from the dream. All the while, he entreats you to accept your death and be freed from this dream. If you overpower...
German, didn't you know? There's one person in this game who gets to hunt hunters. And it's not you. It's Eileen. Back off.
Power German, we meet with the Moon Presence, the being that appears to have conceived this nightmare. Just like the nightmare Murgo conceived, it embraces you, and in the cutscene to follow, we see ourselves performing the same role that German did, hosting the dream, likely a slave to the Moon Presence, or perhaps its surrogate child, guiding hunters throughout this dream in an effort to slay other great ones. The trophy for this ending reads, Captivated by the moon presence, you pledge to watch over the hunter's dream. There's one key thing you need to remember. The Great Ones are a race, but they're a race unlike any other. Each Great One is entirely unique, and they do not necessarily work together. In fact, from the existence of the dream, I'm almost inclined to believe that the moon presence is hostile towards other Great Ones. In the third and final ending, you consume 3 umbilical cords and resist the will of the moon presence.
I know,
you
right, Zach?
overpower it, and in the cutscene to follow, the doll coddles the being you have become. You have ascended, truly, as few have before you. The trophy description states, you became an infant Great One, lifting humanity into its next childhood. So after the end of all this, you probably still have questions.
Slug Life?
What is pale blood?
Slug
Why does
Life?
the moon presence guide hunters towards killing beasts and Great Ones? Which ending is the good ending? For all
Slug
this
Life?
and more, you need to be subscribed to the channel. I'll have another video out soon.
Shout out
analysing
to
the endings,
Vati.
and from here on out, the channel should split into 3 main parts. There's going to be the lore hunting series, where we focus on one aspect of the lore and really figure it out.
Shout out to Vati Vidya for the incredible lore videos. I understand.
A character within Bloodborne's universe.
I
And there's going to
understand.
be things you
I
missed,
think.
which are short.
I still have a million questions, but I mostly understand. I have a lot of my questions answered. I have the timeline understood. I have the different factions understood. I understand the roles of the Great Ones versus the Hunters. You understanding nothing? Probably don't understand anything. Let's restart the game from the start. I do still have some questions, but we gained a lot of insight there. I would say progress count as at least 1 or 2 for that. Shout out to Vati for that video. That was a lot of fun. Oh, buddy. And I think the key thing that happened is I finally understand the actual infection, or the 2 infections, the Ashen Blood and the infection, that gives Bloodborne its name. What's the deal with all this blood? I think I can answer that question. I think I can do it. What's the deal with all this blood? Let's go. Okay. Sweet. Give me a quick little 30-second break to get some other stuff pulled up. Moon presence can presence my moon. She moon on my presence until I Murgo's wet nurse. Wait, what? All right, the lore stream continues. I think we're gonna pop into the DLC now. Zach, you're saying Chapter 7 for Brothers Code video, and then the Vati Vidya DLC videos? Or wait. Or the different DMs. Okay, Brothers Code. We go chapter 7 here for the first few minutes of it. 7 in Roman numerals is VII. So first couple minutes of 7, chapters 1, 2, 5, and 6 for the DLC. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna instead keep Yosefka for the end of that. Then I'll keep it. I'll do Yosefka right at the end of it. If that makes sense. I'll do it the other order. DLC first, then just because it makes sense to start with 1. Okay, how are we feeling, chat? Zach, thank you for the help here. Thank you for the help. How are we feeling? Oh man, Marsh says it's wild that Vati gets better throughout the years. His Elden Ring videos are incredible. So is Vati now the Elden Ring lore king as well? Gain an insight. You ever watch Vati's videos for Sekiro? I did not. I would say I understood about 40% of the lore of Sekiro, maybe. We should watch those at some point too. This is great. Thank you, Link. I'm having fun. I'm glad you guys are too. I'm confused, but his voice is so relaxing I don't really care. Okay. So the thing we're gonna watch next is this. Let's do it. Let's hop into some DLC lore. We're gonna watch Not the entirety of it, but we're going to watch a good chunk of the Brothers Code Bloodborne Story Explained video. This is an 80-minute long video. We're not going to watch all of it, but Zach in the chat has done some very great like curating for us the parts of this video that explain the DLC really well. We've already watched the VOD video, lore explanation for the main game. Now we have all of these questions about the DLC, and Zach says chapters 1, 2, 5, and 6 of this video are going to be great for understanding the DLC. So we're going to do that. I'm going to walk you through, same thing like we did earlier, what my questions are for the DLC still. I took some notes earlier. We took all these notes about the DLC. We got questions. Here's my notes on my questions. Who the fuck is the orphan? I still don't get the orphan's role in this. Why? Who is Kos, or some say?
Some say Cosm.
And why are people bowing to Cosm in that situation? What is that parasite in a game full of bloodborne infections? What is that parasite, and what does it do? In the fishing hamlet, what is freaking happening? My next question that I have written down is, why does Miyazaki hate us? Parentheses, why does the well exist? Question mark. I also have questions about the timeline of the DLC. I think since we fight Lawrence Ludwig, I have some ideas about the way that the DLC timeline works earlier rather than later, but I don't know if it's like lifted from time again, or if it's more linear than that. I have some questions about hearing the bell, which Brador asks us about. I don't exactly know what it means to hear the bell. And I answered one way or the other. I think I said I do hear the bell, but I don't really know what that means. So yeah, what does the bell mean? Let's see if I have any other questions. Those are the big ones, I think. Yeah, that's what I got. So let's do it. Chapters 1, 2, 5, and 6. Why is Ludwig a crazy horse thing, and when did he start streaming? Yeah. How many limbs does Ludwig have? Contain spoilers. I like that. So again, we're not going to watch this whole video, but I think it's like 25 minutes total of stuff. The blood contract. I hope this explains. This also might explain some main game stuff, including
the Thumerian race existed central.
The first 30 seconds of the video game. Maybe we wake up in a scene where we're reading, where we're taking a contract
Prior to the events that occurred in the city of Yharnam, yet the echoes of what took place in the labyrinth deep underground still resonate in the present day, a never-ending ripple that impacts the livelihood of every Yharnamite, and arguably puts the entire existence of the human race in question. Thumerians were a race of advanced human beings that had obtained the knowledge of the Eldritch Truth, a state of existence that the Great Ones inhabited. Before acquiring this knowledge, the Thumerians carved out a labyrinth deep below the city of Yharnam. This labyrinth was known as a labyrinth of Thumeru. Notice that the term used is carved rather than discovered a labyrinth. This is intentional, as the details of the central Thumeru chalice states, the old labyrinth was carved out by the Thumerians. This is a significant detail, as it's—
God, I wish I could play this on PC with all of my being. When are we going to get the Bloodborne port? When?
It implies that the Thumerians did not mistakenly stumble across—
Oh, sorry. Zach says skim chapters 1 and 2 if you want. The start of them don't directly cover the DLC. It's up to you. We've already heard this part. Bati videos.
But rather built a subterranean civilization.
Vidge's video does this part, so let me scroll a little bit.
This marked human existence. Attempting to fathom the Great One's motivations or agendas was pointless, as understanding them was beyond our comprehension. Or as Master Willen puts it, our eyes have over time, forming a hierarchy.
There are Thumerians, there are Great Ones.
Structure, with a monarch in the position of power. A monarch would assume a name with classical roots. The latter is easier to answer, as choosing a name fitting for a monarch would suggest that the Thumeru, but perhaps the The Great Ones are unique beings. When comparing different Great Ones, there is no clear similarity between them. What constitutes a Great One? Surely being part of one species would result in some overlap or likeness. Perhaps they cannot be placed in a tangible construct. After all, we aren't expected to understand them. What we do know is due to their unique nature, they cannot breed with one another, resulting in them impregnating.
Hey, I have questions on this one. We'll get that later, apparently. Sadly, I think Bloodborne will never come to PC. You don't think the success of successive Elden Ring doesn't make it more likely? I would hope so, right?
Humans in order to reproduce. The Ring of Betrothal states, in the age of the Great Ones, wedlock was a blood contract, only permitted to those stated to bear a special child. As stated by the Ring, the Great Ones chose a Thumerian to bear their child. The woman who was chosen in this case was Queen.
Well, we know this, Queen Yarnum.
Her child of blood, who yearn for their queen's blood with little hope of requitement. For them, they find solace in blood rapture that serves as a surrogate for their desires. This implies that once the blood of the Great One coursed through the veins of Queen Yarnum, the Thumerians began to take notice of the power of the blood.
That's a fair point. Bloodborne is owned by Sony. Bloodborne sells consoles. I do have a PS5 here, partially for the sole purpose of playing Bloodborne, so.
And the healing factors it possesses. The overwhelming desire to commune with the Great Ones led the Thumerians to succumb to the bloodlust and take the Queen's blood by force. In their blood-drunken state, the Thumerians take Queen Yarnum's life, and with that, the life of her unborn child, Mergo. The defiled chalice reads, curses are caused by inciting the anger of the Great Ones and used to hex others. It is made apparent that murdering the child Mergo incited anger in the Great Ones, setting the curse of the blood upon the Thumerians. Anyone who becomes enticed by the blood would succumb to their beastly instinct, transforming into the physical manifestation of what they had become, and thus began the scourge of beasts and the downfall of Thumeria.
Hey, chapter 2.
The Great Ones ascended into another realm of existence, abandoning the Thumerians to live out the rest of their existence as guardians of the
I'm going to scroll till we get to some DLC
Inevitably, the plague of beasts grew larger and spread like a disease, crumbling down the Thumerian civilization. Many years later, a group of scholars from Bergenworth Academy discovered the remains of Thumeria deep below the tombs of Yarnum. The scholars sent tomb prospectors to investigate the buried secrets that lay beneath. The prospectors would go on to discover reference was a sign of what's to come. However, the warning was not heeded, and the old blood was taken. Thus, back to Bergenworth. Bergenworth was an old learning institution, were wholly dedicated to advancing the We'll discuss these
there's something.
Achieving higher planes of thought. The two key figures at Bergenworth were Master Willem, the head of the academy, and Lawrence, his well-respected and reputable apprentice. We'll discuss these two individuals in greater detail, as they are pivotal to the events that unravel. Following the discovery of the old blood, the priorities at Bergenworth shifted. The scholars studied the Great Ones intensely, and the more knowledgeable they became, the more they desired to ascend to the Great One status. The idea that humanity could evolve beyond what was thought possible drove the scholars to commit unconscionable acts in the name of evolution. Master Willem adopted a peculiar method that consisted of gaining insight through accumulating more eyes. Carol's eye rune states, eyes symbolize the truth Master Willem sought in his research. Disillusioned by the limits of human intellect, Master Willem looked to beings from higher planes for guidance, and sought to line his brains with eyes in order to elevate his thoughts. News reached Master Willem of a mysterious creature washed ashore in a far—
Hey, we know what that is. Okay, news reached Master Willem. I feel like I need to slow Brothers Code down. How do they have an 80-minute video and it's still talking so fast?
Faraway village, commonly known as the Fishing Hamlet. Master Willem was intrigued by—
So that answers timeline. Master Willem knew about the fishing village.
This finding, sending a group of his students to investigate this secluded village in hopes of gaining further insight and advancing the research of the Great Ones. On the shore laid a corpse, described as a large blend of a fish with bright white skin,
Some say Cosm,
and blue scales, a Great One named Cos. It was unclear how Cos had died or washed up in the village, however it was surmisable that Cos had experienced a maternal death, as the Great One was in the late stages of its pregnancy when the corpse was exposed. Some say that the godlike being was revered by the residents of the fishing hamlet, who were mutated by her cosmic power, testament to the true capability.
Cos, we're learning a lot here. Cosm mutated the residents of the fishing hamlet by her Great One eldritch power presence, whatever.
Abilities of a Great One.
Bye, Jonas. Thanks for being here. Great to see you.
Even in death. Upon the hunters' arrival in the village, chaos emerged, as the hunters began experimenting on the mutated villagers in the most horrifying ways imaginable, with no sympathy or regard to human life. The helpless villagers fought back as a means of defending themselves, but it was to no avail. The hunters used force to perform dissections on the villagers, tearing apart the inhabitants, and obtaining all manner of eyes from them. The vile acts were further elevated, as the hunters butchered the corpse of Kos, anatomizing her body and extracting her eldritch blood, and along with it the umbilical cord of the orphan of Kos, murdering the unborn fetus in the process. Whilst the body of a Great One is that of a mortal, the mind of a Great One is everlasting, and from
Okay, we're getting a lot of lore really quickly here. Am I, in the DLC, retracing the steps and the actions of hunters who had already been there? Frontsy question. That kind of sounds like what we did. You're like sort of walking the same path up through that part. You're going to the fishing hamlet, defeating some people. DLC is a time capsule. It's a good way to phrase it. But we're not like... We didn't... I mean, not all of those things. We didn't like experiment on them. We didn't like destroy the corpse in order to... Hi, Aurora. The DLC is a dream to punish the hunters for what they did. Shit, wrong button.
From the plains of a cosmic realm, Kos unleashes her wrath upon those who seek to relish blood and eyes, casting them to
the Knocker, my favorite character in the entire game! The Knocker at the gate.
Nightmare realm, where they would participate in a never-ending hunt, a fate that no hunter could escape. Upon visiting the hunter's nightmare...
Hold up, let me hear that again. Cosm creates the hunter's nightmare, which is then a sort of hell you can trap the nightmare's consciousnesses in?
To relish blood and eyes, casting them to the nightmare realm, where they would participate in a never-ending hunt, a fate that no hunter could escape. Upon visiting the hunter's nightmare, the Fishing Hamlet priest best illustrates the magnitude of the acts committed.
Move over, Janice. Knocker's not my best friend. Yeah, I mean, I'm not romantically attracted to Knocker, but... Knocker is my best man. Janice is my wife. Hi, Artifice. This guy's dialogue is so good. So enigmatic. The poor wizened child. Mercy.
Please. Atonement for the wretches. May the curse of blood upon them.
This is the curse we were talking about. So am I correct there then that the hunter's nightmare or whatever is a like curse from Kos to make them relive their sins? Yes or no? Okay. Hell yes. I finally have a that's the most baseline understanding of the DLC, and I only got it from this video. Thank fuck. I actually understand that now.
Children's children forevermore. Each wretched birth.
Let's go.
Plunge each child
Insight.
into a lifetime of misery.
Following the experiments that took place, civil conflict arose between Master Willem and his apprentice Lawrence. Master Willem and Lawrence's motives are concordant. They both aim to evolve
I think that's where we find Lawrence's skull right there, maybe, I think.
Humanity and seize the power of the Great Ones. However, their means to that end clash with one another. Whilst Lawrence was assured that experimenting with
Oh no, it's where you put the pendant to make it go up. There you go.
the old blood would accelerate the process of ascension, Master Willem's teachings emphasized wearing blindfolds, encouraging his students to search within themselves, as they needed to line their brains with eyes in order to view the world from an alternate perspective, that of the Great Ones, allowing them to unmask more insight. Master Willem was convinced that his method of ascension was superior to that of Lawrence's. He despised the use of the old blood, as he believed it to be dangerous and unreliable, thus introducing his most important teaching of all, the proverb of Bergenworth, or better known as the Bergenworth adage, fear the old blood.
I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
We are born of the blood.
How's it going,
Made
Jojo?
men by the blood.
Plastic Satan says I'm still upset I can't marry Queen Annalise.
Our eyes are
Not a fan of Alfred, are you?
open. Fear the old blood. I must take my leave.
That's the splitting of church and state right there. Lawrence and Willem, different directions. Splitting of church and school.
by the gods. Fear it, Lawrence.
I wonder what we're going to get for DLC lore here. More Lawrence? I'd love to know more about Lawrence.
Master Willem doesn't inherently detest the old blood. When he references the adage, he further expands upon it, stating, "We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open, fear the old blood." The way this is spoken could be
I
interpreted.
think that's all for chapter 2. Cool. That's the starting scene. Does it explain the starting 30 seconds? Go to chapter 5 for a Maria. Oh, Maria. Maria, Maria. You remind me of a West Side Story. Let's go. Maria, Maria.
The tale of Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower is one of morality, restraint, and in the end, liberation. Lady Maria was a Valblood, most likely born in Kinehurst Castle.
We know that. Okay, here's what I know about Maria before we go forward. Kin of Annalise, student of Germán. Hot.
Hunter's outfit supports
Period.
this. Among the first hunters, all students of German, was the Lady Hunter Maria.
All
this
facts.
was her hunter's cap, crafted in Kinehurst. Maria is distantly related to the undead queen, but had great admiration for German, unaware of his curious mania.
Oh yeah,
The
Jojo.
undead queen mentioned here is most likely Annalise, queen of the Valbloods. From this information,
First
we
name
can
Ave.
surmise that Maria had the utmost respect for German, who had trained the very first hunters, before the Healing Church made Ludwig and his holy blades official. She would go on to become the very first.
Excuse me. You can find a ring in one of the Chalice dungeons and propose to Maria with it. Is this truth? Is this actual facts? You can propose to Maria in this game? Can you propose to Janice? Oh, you can propose to Queen Annalise. Gotcha.
Students of Church made Ludwig and his holy blades official. She would go on to become the very first student of German. It should be mentioned that the Healing Church may have forbidden a Valblood from joining the ranks of the Hunters. However, she could have joined before the slaughter of the Valbloods at Kinehurst Castle. Perhaps later.
Info from last chapter. Germán had a deep mania and obsession with Maria, which is why he fashioned the doll in her image and more. Okay. That and more sounds super sinister. Hi, Whack.
Lady Maria.
Can't blame
However,
him.
She could have joined before the slaughter of the Valbloods at Kinehurst Castle. Perhaps Lady Maria concealed her identity from those around her, as many would look down on her kind. The description of the Rakuyo, Lady Maria's weapon of choice, states the following. Hunter weapon wielded by Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower. A trick sword, originated in the same country as the Kinehurst Chikage. Only this sword feeds not off blood, but instead demands great dexterity. Lady Maria was fond of this aspect of the Rakuyo, as she frowned upon blood blades, despite being a distant relative of the queen. One day she abandoned her beloved Rakuyo,
The well? Is that the fucking well? I swear to God.
casting it into a dark well when she could stomach it.
Do you get that item from defeating the well? I don't know that I have that item. Do I have that item? I can't remember. The Rakuyo? She casts it into the well. You get it from the well. The well is a boss. It might as well be. It might as well be the hardest fucking boss in this game. Why does Miyazaki hate us? You have to defeat the... Zach's got it in the showcase later. Let's go. I don't even have to beat the well. I can still see the weapon later. Cool.
it no longer. Lady Maria's roots in Kinehurst has confirmed here. The sword demanded great skill to use, rather than reliance on the blood of the host, an odd weapon of choice for a vile blood. Despite being a vile blood herself, she avoided harnessing her innate power, and instead chose to use a sword that demanded expertise and training, choosing to dedicate herself
Confederate, by the way. So Maria, interesting, has an innate power as a vile blood. I did not realize that vile bloods gave you some sort of innate power. However, Maria's story is like a nepotism story. Maria's like, no, I don't want this power that I inherit. I want the power that I earn. I want to be dexterous enough, not born into the correct family enough. Wow. She's a nepo baby. She's a nepotism baby.
herself to becoming a master hunter like Gehrman, rather than relying on her power within. Her offhand weapon was the Evelyn, a special pistol used by Kinehurst Knights. The Evelyn uses quicksilver bullets, just as any—
That's Adeline, whatever that person's name is. Adeline or Adeline or whatever.
workshop firearm, but the Kinehurst variant relies more on blood tinge, lovingly named after a woman and graced with an intricate design. Evelyns were adored by Kinehurst Knights. The firearm wielded by Maria also originated in Kinehurst, once again referencing her point of origin. With her origin established, we now move to the current location of Lady Maria, the Hunter's Nightmare. She is trapped in the nightmare as she has committed
the fucking river of blood.
Great sins, just like the many other hunters held in this plane of existence. This can be attributed to the horrific events that took place in the fishing hamlet.
Was Maria one of them?
There was a fishing hamlet in which a Cos parasite washed up on the shore. When the carcass of Cos washed up on the coast, its insides were
front seat question: who are the hunters who went and committed the crimes at the fishing hamlet? Maria, it sounds like. Were there more than, was it more than just Maria? Maria and Gehrman are the only named ones, but Gehrman was there too. It was the first hunters. Maria and Gehrman. Interesting. Maybe some others.
Teeming with tiny parasites, unlike any found in humans. Within the carcass of Cos, parasites emerged and infected the village folk. Consequently, the villagers began to transform into beings that looked part human and part Great One.
Shark.
Over time, the people of the hamlet would grow to worship the Great One like a deity. Once Bergenworth learnt of this, they dispatched hunters, including Lady Maria, to decimate the village, slaughter its inhabitants, and capture those afflicted. The accursed brew states the following: skull of a local from the violated fishing village, the inside of the skull was forcibly searched for eyes, as evidenced by innumerable scratches and indentations. The hunters and scholars of Bergenworth murdered and defiled the bodies of the hamlet residents, in hopes of finding eyes and signs that the people had been touched by the Great Ones, evidence of their communion with a higher existence. Shortly after, Lady—
Oh no, Wax says my car was broken into last night. Aw, dude, that sucks. Shit. Did they smash a window?
Maria was stationed at the research hall for a time, a place used by Bergenworth to conduct experiments on the people of the fishing hamlet, via the injecting of brain fluid. The purpose of these experiments was to ascend each patient to a status above that of a mere mortal. Maria was positioned to overlook these patients. At this point, Maria still believed somewhat—
Why do I love Maria, who is an absolute war criminal, and hate Rom the Vacuous Spider, who is an actual hero? We put our worship in all of the wrong places. Maria's a true Geneva Convention breaking terrible person. And I'm out here like, she's hot, her sword's on fire.
The goals and tenets of the healing church, and their ideology of becoming one with the Great Ones.
I can fix her.
As the hunter navigates through the decrepit research hall, patients can be heard stating the following:
Lady Maria, Lady Maria, please take my hand. Please help me. Don't let me drown.
She shows regret later. She seems to show doubt. Well, that fixes it all. That changes it all. That's much better. It's the most polite man all over again. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. He killed my grandma.
Lady Maria, say something.
Lady Maria, save me, please. I don't hear anything.
Gotcha, Whack.
Although Maria
Who? There's a super polite man in this game who turns into the werewolf. Does that person have a name, chat? I don't actually know the name. In my playthrough, basically, I trusted all the wrong people, and I mistrusted all the wrong people. I thought that the suspicious beggar was the nicest person in the entire game, and then he killed my grandma? Question mark? The like old lady who I brought back to the chapel. I didn't trust the chapel dweller. I did trust Yosefka. I did trust suspicious beggar who then killed the old lady that I brought back to the chapel, etc. I said earlier one of the coolest moments in the game is the workshop catching on fire. No, the coolest moment in the game for me, the entire it's such a minor moment. The coolest moment in the game for me was the absolute shock and awe of the suspicious beggar becoming the monster. That moment gave me such chills and completely like shifted the ground underneath me. Dink says we never should have trusted Seb. You're damn right about that. When you find the suspicious beggar, he's crouched over a whole group of dead people with no other beasts or anything around. You found him over a pile of corpses and went, I trust this guy. He was really polite, okay? So first off, fuck off. He was so polite.
Maria oversaw operations here. She acted as a caretaker for the people and showed them kindness. She was the calm in the storm for the tortured patients. Eventually, Lady Maria would abandon her duties, choosing to confine herself to the astral clock tower. Perhaps the harrowing cries and defilements of the unwilling patients was too much to bear. The guilt consumed Lady Maria, as all the comfort she provided them was for naught, as it was nothing compared to the fate that
he had
awaited
great
them.
manners.
Due to overwhelming guilt, Maria disposed of her Rakuyo, casting it into a well within the fishing hamlet, representing her transition to a pacifist. The astral clock tower is located past the Lumen Flower Garden, containing the living failures, a result of the healing church's experiments on the patients in the research hall. These creatures appear to be distantly related to the celestial emissary. They are artificial great ones manufactured through experiment.
Holy shit, that just connected for me. The living failures are distant versions of celestial emissaries, cheap fake versions of great ones created by the experiments happening under Maria's wing. Holy shit.
Once the hunter discovers Lady Maria in the astral clock tower, she appears to be blood-soaked and deceased. Whether this was by self-inflicted wounds or not is unclear. Her sins committed in the fishing hamlet and research hall eternally trapped her in the hunter's nightmare, punishment for her deeds. A small photo can be seen next to Maria, a photo which is missing from the mantelpiece in the
Your misjudged trust gave you one of the coolest moments in the game, all is well. Yeah, I have no regrets. I was truly, like, it's such a minor thing, but it was one of the coolest moments in the game for me. Yeah. The living failures are the failed first trial of the Great One knockoffs.
The hunter's dream, perhaps a souvenir from her time at the hunter's workshop. She states,
A corpse should be left well alone.
I can't tell how much of my attraction to Maria is related to my attraction to Janice. Or is it vice versa? I don't know.
Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly.
A voice.
In this case, she is potentially referring to Kos, showing her regret, anguish, and disdain for what happened at the fishing hamlet and its residents, as everything began when the hunters disturbed the corpse.
Oh my god, this is just proof that Janice is the true person who deserves our love. Janice is just the best of Maria without any of the terrible past
Of Kos and the people of the fishing hamlet, further evidencing her pain and remorse for the atrocities committed. Her eagerness for knowledge and discovering the truth is similar to that of the Pale Blood Hunter. The advice given to the hunter is to prevent them from following in her footsteps. During the fight,
It's really good, Zach. I should reference it too. Zach says, I love how a corpse should be left well alone. Could be referencing herself or Kos. AKA is referencing both. Is a double meaning line about, yeah, is you should be leaving this corpse alone. And the biggest regret that I have includes leaving that corpse alone. Yeah, that's good writing.
Maria depends upon her dexterity and expertise to overcome her opponent. However, in the second phase, she surrenders to her innate strength as a vile blood, as a desperate last resort to try and overcome her adversary.
Hollow Knight.
This is the very thing she wanted to avoid using, but she would rather use the power of the blood.
Oh, that's so good. It's the thing she didn't want to be. She chooses to use here in order to defeat you. Fuck, that's good. Oh, that's really good. Small detail that I love, her coffin is in the astral clock tower right behind her. The flowers that lay on it are, if I remember correctly, the same flowers you see in the Hunter's Dream where you fight German.
If it would mean stopping anyone from disturbing the village. Her innate power is not enough, and she is defeated. Her death frees her from the nightmare.
And she
After
stands
her death,
guard.
The doll states the following.
Good hunter, this may sound strange, but have I somehow changed? Moments ago, from some place, perhaps deep within, I sensed a liberation from heavy shackles. Not that I would know. How passing strange.
From her message, we can determine.
Also references the German line about shackles too. German is shackled as well. Janice is too, in her own way.
That the doll is somehow connected to Lady Maria. This statement also signifies Maria's release and her soul finding peace at last.
This is, yeah. Okay, this is Ludwig. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Tell me the Ludwig lore. I want to know more.
Ludwig chose to don a large sword in his many hunts against the beast that plagued
No
Yarnum.
character. Ah, man. Ludwig has the thing that I really love about Ludwig is the paladin energy. You know, I've been thinking about this a lot recently. The thing I love about Ludwig as a character is the paladin energy and the, like, in all of its flaws. I play a paladin right now in my D&D campaign. All of my favorite D&D characters are paladins. I love paladins. I think it says probably something a little bit complicated and potentially that I should be working through in therapy about what I love about paladins. And Ludwig definitely has that energy.
His holy blade was designed specifically to be used on larger beasts. As the church knew, the creatures would continuously devolve into larger, nightmarish monstrosities. This weapon was forged with this purpose in mind. Although German was the first hunter, Ludwig was the first
Remember being back here? I used to farm these guys so hard.
official and publicly recognized hunter of the church. This position granted unto Ludwig would be one of the pillars to his success. Ludwig's
Oh my god, Zink in the D&D movie? Yeah, that's a great character. That was a very funny character.
most was the first hunter, Ludwig was the first official and publicly recognized hunter of the church. This position granted unto Ludwig would be one of the pillars to his success. Ludwig's most iconic weapon was the Holy Moonlight Sword, an arcane sword discovered long ago by Ludwig. When Blue
So here's what I'm curious about when we get through this, real quick. The question on my mind about Ludwig is that threat. What is the thread of light that Ludwig saw? We hear about that once we kill Ludwig. I think what happens is Ludwig sees a thread of light and sort of follows it, or like turns himself over to it and becomes the sort of monstrous thing that he is.
moonlight dances around the sword, and it channels the abyssal cosmos. Its great blade will hurl a shadowy light wave. The Holy Moonlight Sword is synonymous with Ludwig, the Holy Blade, but few have ever set eyes on the Great Blade, and whatever guidance it has to offer, it seems to be of a very private, elusive sort. As we can see from the description, the sword was discovered and not forged, a far cry from the other makeshift weapons developed by the various workshops, the church, and the farming tools used by the citizens of Yarnum. It is also implied that Ludwig kept the blade close to him at all times, meaning very few gained the chance to view the sword closely. The blade also appeared to be sentient, a relic of the Great Ones perhaps, discovered in the Thumerian labyrinths. Not only did Ludwig use the Holy Moonlight Sword in battle, but also the Guidance Rune, a Carol rune discovered by the old hunter Ludwig, along with the Holy Moonlight Sword.
I don't remember Guidance.
The rune confirms that the Holy Moonlight Sword was found and not created.
Hi, Taylor.
Through the use of the rune, Ludwig could see dancing sprites of light in the darkness, and it provided him with unwavering courage that kept his fears at bay. When confronting the
That's the paladin part, right? The unwavering courage that keeps your fear at bay. That's the paladin part. He sees a light, which tells him, Ludwig, you're on the right track. You're doing the noble, capital R, right thing. Don't question yourself. Fulfill your holy quest, your holy crusade. You're doing the correct thing. Hi, Taylor. It's going great. I'm loving the lore right now. I feel like we're getting some good shit right here.
the beasts of the hunt. This is partly why he was revered as a hunter, as his unparalleled strength and determination was drawn from these artifacts, and provided him with the will to fight through to the end. As mentioned previously, Ludwig recruited the Yarnamites to fight.
Yo, just a heads up, no info on, I still have to play all these other Soulsborne games blind someday, so no info about the other games. Please.
The Radiant Sword Hunter badge confirms this. The Radiant Sword indicates the heirs to the will of Ludwig. These hunters, also known as Holy Blades, are what remains of an ancient line of heroes that date back to a very early age of honour and chivalry. The badge signifies the legend of Ludwig and the status he had achieved. Even after his deterioration and disappearance from the public eye, civilians and hunters alike would fight in the name of Ludwig, as in their minds, it was as much a duty for them to fight as it was for Ludwig. Ludwig grew to become a hero amongst the hunters and civilians of Yharnam alike. According to the Sword Hunter badge, Ludwig was a cleric, and clerics transformed into the most hideous of beasts, referencing the fate of Ludwig, although he did not become a cleric beast as seen with Lawrence. The chief hunter.
Yeah, this is the part that I'm curious about. I wonder if they'll talk about the cleric beast relationship stuff.
The emblem was used by the captain to signify the end of the hunt. They would do this by waving the badge at the gates to signal the hunt was over and that the streets of Yharnam were safe once more. The captain referred to here could be Ludwig, as he commanded a group of core hunters under the guidance of the church. People saw Ludwig as a hero, as the people would see his return from the hunt as a triumph, a symbol of ceaseless courage. His return to the gates would give the citizens peace of mind, knowing that as long as Ludwig and his holy blades roamed the streets, they would be safe. When the hunter encounters Ludwig in the flesh, his title is no longer Ludwig the Holy Blade, and is instead Ludwig the Accursed, now a combination of man and beast. He is found in the underground corpse pile, specifically in the Hunter's Nightmare, a place that traps blood-drunk hunters and punished them for their bloodlust. He is surrounded by the blood of the many hunters and beasts he had slain, causing a stream of blood to flow through the area. Just like any other hunter in the Nightmare, Ludwig is trapped. His body is merged with that of a horse, twisted beyond recognition. Eyes can be seen lining his neck, signifying that he had eyes on the inside, increasing his insight to an astronomical level, furthering his madness. It is important to note that Ludwig can be seen wearing the attire of the church, implying that his final transformation into a beast happened while he was on duty, potentially while accompanied by his horse. In the case of Ludwig, his appearance is unique.
There's an interesting idea. Ludwig and his horse become one. I think the only horses we see in this game are the dead horses outside of Cainhurst Castle, right? We see the thing that goes to Cainhurst Castle, the carriage. We see dead horses outside of Cainhurst Castle. I don't think we see other horses. That's a weird thing to get hung up on, but
inhabitants of Yharnam transformed into wolf-like creatures.
Outside of Yharnam Central, there are dead horses as well. Okay, there are random dead horses everywhere. Great. I wonder if Ludwig rode a horse.
Unique, as the other inhabitants of Yharnam transformed into wolf-like creatures, with the clerics evolving into a much larger counterpart. The Yharnamites did keep domesticated dogs to assist them in the hunt. Perhaps Ludwig rode a horse into battle, and through this ghastly unification, he forever battled a nightmare with his companion. Once the hunter confronts Ludwig and whittles his health down, Ludwig eventually falls to the floor, his face submerged in the blood of those he had slaughtered. In this moment, he briefly returns to some semblance of his human past.
One of the coolest
once he notices
moments.
The Moonlight Blade. An interesting note here is that if Ludwig did ride a horse when on his hunts, the sword would have been placed on the horse's saddle. When Ludwig undergoes the beastly transformation, he is merged with his steed. This could be why he forgets that the sword is on his back, as it was on his horse pre-transformation.
Okay, that all feels like a little bit of conjecture, but I don't think it's particularly important. I think what is important there is that, like, we know that the blade sort of functions as the light inside of the blade functions as a type of consciousness.
However, this is
or like a reassurance. And this part, I think that's what it's getting at, which is like, it's noticing the blade is like, Ludwig, get back up. You're still the old Ludwig, you know?
Speculation. For the first time, the hunter hears Ludwig speak with pure clarity and no hint of his beastly nature.
Nay.
You were at my side all along.
This moment. So cool.
My true my guiding moonlight.
True. Okay, honestly, piece of evidence pro the horse combination thing, his laugh sounds like a neigh. Listen. That's a horse neighing. That's a horse sound. I think I'm convinced.
In this phase, Ludwig stands on his hind legs, a much more human-like pose. He then poises himself for the duel with the hunter. At this moment, we see the Ludwig of legend.
We definitely noticed the like hooves and the horse-like qualities. I'm just saying, I think yeah, I think we could have beaten him with a box of sugar cubes. No evidence that the actual reason is that he was combined with his horse itself. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe he was just near a horse when it happened.
The one who fought the endless onslaught of beasts and rallied the hearts of his people. Even as we battle Ludwig in this state, we can see his fighting ability and unparalleled skill with the sword. The guidance rune urges him to fight on by revealing the sprites to him once more. The pale blood hunter still overcomes Ludwig, and Ludwig's decapitated head
Did we put the guidance rune on at any point during this game?
falls to the floor
Yes
as
or no?
his body dissipates. Once defeated, the hunter may speak to Ludwig. If this is done without wearing any specific attire, he states the following.
Good hunter, have you seen the thread of light? Just a hair, a fleeting thing. Yet I clung to it, steeped as I was in the stench of blood.
Ludwig was a horse girl.
Beasts.
If you wear this,
I never wanted to know what it really was. Really, I didn't.
Once again, the guidance rune is referenced. He also confirms he did not know the true purpose of the sentient rune and chose to ignore it instead, implying the rune may have had sinister intentions. If the hunter speaks to him wearing healing church clothing, he states the following.
Tell me, good hunter of the church.
damn, I love these moments. I wish I would have thought to wear this outfit.
Have you seen the light? Are my church hunters the honorable Spartans? I hoped they would be.
Ludwig confirms that he led and trained the hunters. With his dying breath, he still asks if his hunters are still fighting, and if their reputation matches that of the chivalric warriors
About
of his
that?
age. Ludwig is
Yeah,
proud of the
about
hunters
that.
and their legacy, and cares for them deeply, a trait which is uncommon amongst the various branches who saw hunters as disposable. If the hunter says yes, Ludwig responds with,
Ah, good. That is a relief. To know I did not suffer such denigration.
Oh,
for
the
nothing.
tragedy of that.
Thank you kindly. Now I may sleep in peace. Even in this darkest of nights, I see
Oh man, I have chills.
the moonlight.
Oh,
From Ludwig's dialogue, it appears that he began to be criticised at some point. This is due to his descent into beasthood. Either way, even as he lays dying, he cannot help but speak of the moonlight. On the other hand, if the hunter responds with no, Ludwig will say the following.
Oh my! Just as I feared. Then a beast-possessed degenerate was I, as my detractors made eminently clear.
This enforces a theory his transformation into beasthood is one of the reasons many hunters detracted from him, and how his reputation wavered, although in the end he was still revered as a legendary hero amongst the church hunters of old. When speaking to Simon after the fight, he reveals some interesting information to the pale blood hunter.
Here, this is Ludwig's guiding light, the blinding thread that led and misled that consummate hero. The poor brute.
After the death of Ludwig, we learn the true reason why Ludwig descended into madness. The guidance rune
man, this is incredible. Holy shit.
gave Ludwig the courage to fight on, but Ludwig's ultimate strength was his greatest weakness, and ultimately, it led to his downfall.
Good freaking stuff. Oh man, that just makes me think so much about Ludwig's the fact that you can tell Ludwig, yes, I wish I would have worn the right garb for that. The fact that you can tell Ludwig, yes, your church hunters are exactly what you imagined they would be, and sort of set him at ease, or say no and sort of leave him with the knowledge of what he was, the true knowledge of what he was. That's so good. That's so good. We'll watch this part for the Yosefka thing, and then we'll move on. But good DLC lore stuff. Whew, I had chills during that whole Ludwig part. All right, let's learn about Yosefka. What would you have told him? I probably would have told him no. I think I probably would have not lied to him, because I didn't understand until too late Ludwig's paladin energy. You know? I didn't see the more sympathy. It's one of those things where I find Ludwig very sympathetic, which I'm not sure is a good thing. That might be a flaw in me, how sympathetic I find Ludwig. But it's just characters like that just speak to me, man. Speak to me. Sort of the a righteous quest above that guides your every moment and every day is just so interesting to me. But I really hated him after I died to him 77 fucking straight times. So I probably would have been like, nah, homie, your hunters are... shit's bad, and you're responsible.
Of the hunt, an outsider arrives at Yusefka's clinic, agreeing to bear arms and partake in the endless hunt, in exchange to being treated via blood ministration, described as a unique but common treatment in Yharnam. Yusefka is a doctor working under the Healing Church, overseeing the clinic in central Yharnam. Visiting the clinic allows the hunter to interact with Yusefka.
Okay, so we're getting lore about the very start of the game and the Yosefka. Yosefka imposter? Question mark? I think Ludwig is sympathetic as well. His cause was noble from the start, just misled by the church and doomed from the start. And also, it says something about that this is the problem with paladins, right? This is the problem with sort of turning yourself unthinkingly over to a righteous cause, is that you are so manipulatable. You are so manipulatable. You can be manipulated so easily. When you just want to be honorable and loyal to a larger cause, the people who steer those causes have made themselves a great tool, have found themselves a great tool. Characters without flaws aren't as interesting? Entirely. Perfectly. And I love, and I think it might be partially how I was raised, I think it might be partially just the kind of person that I am, but I love the tantalizing nature of a sort of righteous cause or a becoming a part of something bigger and more important than yourself. But the downside of that is that you become this unquestioning. The potential flip side of that is that you become this unquestioning, tool. Dempsey.
Hi gamers, I love you all.
Hey dude, how's it going? Thank you for the 21 months, man. How you doing? Can we get some hearts in chat? Hi, L Dempsey. It's very tragic. It's very tragic, and I love it. I love it. Hi, Jonas.
And it's
all right. Let's find out about Yosefka.
Yharnam. Yusefka is a doctor working under the Healing Church, overseeing the clinic in central Yharnam. Visiting the clinic allows the hunter to interact with Yusefka, and it's made clear that she cares deeply for her patients, as she states.
Out on the hunt? Then I'm very sorry, but I cannot open this door.
So this is the thing that blows my mind. I trusted Yosefka. Speaking of people I trusted Yosefka so greatly at the very start of the game. I was like, yeah, bring people back to Yosefka's. It's a clinic.
I am Yosefka. The patients here in my clinic must not be exposed to infection.
This is worth keeping in mind, as
that is the real Yosefka?
Yusefka at a later point, she seems to have a conflicting personality, asking the hunter to
What do you mean?
send survivors to her clinic, directly contradicting what she had previously said. In addition, her tone of voice is suspiciously different. This is due to Yusefka being replaced by an imposter upon his second visit, revealing that the real Yusefka and her patients had become vessels for the imposter's experiment. experiments, one revealing different. This is due to Yusefka being replaced by an imposter upon his second visit, revealing that the real Yusefka and her patients had become vessels for the imposter's experiments. Once the hunter is able to enter the clinic, the imposter is seen lying on an operating table, suffering from an unknown pain. Her position on the table.
So that is the imposter. I thought the blueby thing was the imposter.
Couple is seen lying on an imposter's experiments.
Okay, my mind is reeling really quickly. So there's different. So the first person we talk to is real Yosefka. This is the real Yosefka? This is Yosefka? Oh man, that just... I judge a book by its cover so freaking hard here. Two different voice actors. The bluebies are also friendship, and I will not be taking questions. Dempsey's eating some lunch. What are you eating for lunch today? Okay, we're going to need to start from the beginning here. I'm made to understand that the first time you talk here, don't bring people here. I did not remember that. She says, don't bring people here. The second time, and this person turns into what I'm calling Blueby, the like bulging head, bulbous, gets turned into that by the lady who is having a orgasmic experience on the hospital table.
I am Yusefka. The patients here in my clinic must not be exposed to infection.
This is worth keeping in mind, as upon revisiting Yusefka at a later point, she seems to have a conflicting personality, asking the hunter to send survivors to her clinic, directly contradicting what she had previously said. In addition, her tone of voice is suspiciously different. This is due to Yusefka being replaced by an imposter.
And that's two different voice actors.
Upon his second visit, revealing that the real Yusefka and
this person had Yosefka's blood when I looted them. So I did kill Yosefka. I also killed fake Yosefka eventually, and I found the umbilical cord. But I killed both Yosefka and fake Yosefka? So I killed Yosefka and had no fucking idea I killed Yosefka. Because they were just a blueby walking around. Then they had Yosefka's blood, which should have been a sign. And you killed the nun, Blueby. What is that? What is that? I killed the nun. I sent the nun back. The nun is the person I found in the unseen village, I think. And I sent them to the clinic, which was a mistake because real Yosefka told me don't send them to the clinic. And they also get experimented on and turned into bluebies. So I killed two... So I walked in here, smacked two bluebies with my axe, and that was Yosefka and the nun who I tried to save. And then I walked up to real Yosefka and was like, you're kind of hot. Or sorry, fake Yosefka, and I was like, you're kind of hot. Should we fight? You must be the real Yosefka. This whole game is full of such untrustworthy people. Also killed Simon. I did. And the spider guy.
And her patients had become vessels for the imposter's experiments. Once the hunter is able to enter the clinic, the imposter is seen lying...
There are 4 NPCs you can direct to shelter, not including suspicious beggar. Sending them to the ward brings them there like the grandma sitting in a chair, which I did. Sending them to clinic gets them turned into bluebies. It was a confusing night for Mark. Oh, fuck me. Somehow we got the good ending, but we didn't do anything right along the way? So who are the 4 NPCs you can take to the shelter? I met the nun. I met Grandma. Are there 2 others? It sounds like you can actually save them if you bring them to the chapel ward. Or cathedral ward. Prostitute and the rude man. Ariana is the lady with the baby in Vati's video that we just saw, and another regular dude. So where's Ariana? If all of this is in your document later, Zach, let me know and I'll just keep playing. Where's Ariana at? And where's the regular dude at? How did I not find him? You talked with him briefly at a red lamp. It's a bummer you can't save Gilbert, you know? The guy turning into a beast. Can't you also get Gascon's daughter there? But it's hard. I don't remember if I learned about this in a video or if I learned about it from a YouTube comment. Gascon's daughter, or if I learned about it in the game. That's the hard thing about streaming games blind, and sometimes stuff just leaks through from comments. Gascon's daughter is the person I know exactly where that is. It's in like Old Yarnum. It's up a set of ladders by Artifice. Gascon's daughter never reaches the safe place. You can't get the daughter there. She asks for shelter. Is eaten by a giant boar along the way with no way to avoid it. I'm gonna vomit. That's so disgusting. Ariana and the regular dude are both in windows in Cathedral Ward. You found them, but they don't ask for shelter until after night falls, which happens after you kill Vicar Amelia. Then her sister goes crazy. Wait, whose sister? You can pick up her ribbon and your messengers can wear it? Wait, Ariana's ribbon? I'm losing my mind right now. What? You kill the pig who ate Ariana, you get the ribbon? Or sorry, you get the daughter? You kill the pig who ate the daughter, you get the ribbon? Is there any benefit to saving people in the chapel other than like the good feeling you get at the end of the day? Is there any like good feeling? Or sorry, is there anything more than a good feeling you get by saving people and sending them to the chapel? Is there a reward? Or I hate to be like, yay, I did the moral thing. What's in it for me? But the daughter has a sister who can be talked to in Gascon's house after the first one leaves. Ariana will give you blood. Old lady gives you sedatives. Nun gives you blood. Okay. So they give you items. Ariana gives you access to another cord. Interesting. Other man gives you info. Grandma gives sedatives regularly. Interesting. The chapel dweller is also happy. He's certainly not happy at the end of my playthrough. He's like, who let that monster in here? The suspicious beggar. Fuck. Oh, man. I really wish I could have gotten that stuff figured out. I would have loved to save Grandma. I would have loved to save the nun or Ariana. Or, yeah, Ariana. I'm happy I didn't save Gascon's daughter because it sounds like she dies. If you have the nun and Ariana, the nun will kill Ariana if you take too much of her blood. The nun becomes hostile if you kill... What? This is blowing my fucking mind. The nun becomes hostile if you take too much blood from Ariana. The nun isn't great. Why would anyone ever make a game with that many possibilities around these NPCs? And it's not even related to like a main questline thing. It's just fun stuff you can do on the side. The nun hated the... It's genius. It's fucking genius. Nun is a bit zealous. Hated the Lady of the Night for being impure. Huh. It's hard to figure that out in a blind playthrough. There's no way in hell I would have ever figured any of this out. If I would have figured out that I can save Gascon's daughter, then she would have died to a fucking pig, I would have been heartbroken. Grandma goes insane and thinks that you're her son. Then she dies while looking for sedatives for you. It's all heartbreak all the way across the board. I saved nobody in my first playthrough except the beggar who then killed the dweller. The chapel dweller can die to the beggar? I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. The chapel dweller can die to the beggar? What's the pig's quote? Watch out for the hogs. 350? Quote 350? There's a reason that Vati's video series on NPC side quests is just called Prepare to Cry. No NPC is good or has a good ending. The beggar kills the dweller is blowing my mind. They do it because of the amazing feeling you get when you stumble upon these moments by blind luck. And this is why we do blind playthroughs. Because this is the crazy thing to me. One of my favorite moments in the game is the fact that we accidentally killed the grandma by bringing the suspicious beggar back to the chapel. But any one of these different variations of what happened with the chapel dweller, or the chapel and the chapel dweller, would have been amazing moments. You know? Is Adela the nun? I sent you a video of Adela trying to kill you. Hold up. Let me grab this real quick. Zach, are we fully in the middle of your document stuff, by the way? Is this all stuff you were going to show me later? My sweet hunter.
My sweet hunter.
Yeah, you... No fucking way.
Your blood is tainted. I can't help myself.
Zach also sent me a second video, the title of which I literally have to click on it because it says Feeding Adela to Amygdala? Is that real? Is that real? Do you lure her over into the spot where amygdala... Yeah, you lure her over there for sure. Can you lure her into the spot with the hand? Yep, that's what you're doing. That's what whoever this is doing. Yep, the hand. That's so funny. You can see the little bar of... Is that real? Can you actually do that? Or is that a... It triggers the DLC. That's so funny. Okay, I got to get back to Yosefka here in a second. But fun little thing about the other guy you can save. He's suspicious of you, and so he'll go to the opposite of whichever safe haven you tell him to. If you want to save him, you need to tell him to go to the clinic. This is the regular guy. You have to tell him to go to the clinic, and then he will go to the chapel. I love this game.
On an operating table, suffering from an unknown pain, her position on the table, coupled...
All right, let me wrap my head around what's happening. This is fake Yosefka.
With her dialogue, hint at the fact that she was impregnated by a Great One, but unlike others who were non-consensually impregnated, the imposter did this intentionally, as it was the goal of her experiment, with the intent of elevating humanity into kin. A 1/3 umbilical cord...
Fake Yosefka gets purposefully impregnated by a god.
Can be retrieved from the imposter following her death on the operating table, expressing that Provost Willem sought the cord in order to elevate his being and thoughts to those of a Great One, by lining his brain...
And that's on my mind being blown by Bloodborne today. Holy God. I think that's the end of this video, what we're going to watch. That's wild. I was playing one game having no idea what I was doing compared to, like I thought I was playing one game. I was playing an entirely different one. That's going to do it for our reaction to the Bloodborne story explained video. Thanks for watching, y'all. All right, we're going to transition into, I think, Zach's lore document because it's nearly 3 p.m. and I need to keep things moving. Need to keep these things moving. All right. Ryan, are you watching Maxor today too? The goal is to get there. The goal is to get there. I hope so. I hope so. Judging from her position on the table, impregnation happened right before. I think maybe so. Can you use your spyglass on the door, peek through it to see that it's not her on the other side? Oh, interesting. There's one thing I need you to see. What's the thing? Okay. Zach, you ready? Let's just get into the video if that's cool with you. Or into the lore document. In case you guys didn't know, Zach-esque, our Twitch viewer and friend, community member, has been here for all of the Bloodborne series. Has been helpful with the front seats when I asked for it. Avoided doing the front seating when I didn't want it. Zach put together an entire document. The Little Into Bloodborne guide by me, Zach, which features lots of info and links to stuff, and we're going to kind of take a tour through it. And Zach's kept track mostly of what I have seen and haven't seen, little secrets that I've missed, and yeah. Also, Zach deserves our condolences because Zach missed my Ludwig victory on stream after hours of watching me do it. So, hi, Zombies Apples. Hello, welcome in. Okay, so I'm a massive simp for this game. I like to live vicariously through other people experiencing and appreciate the things I love. So I made this. There was a lot more stuff in here. I removed it because some of it's covered in the videos that I added. Feel free to skim or skip stuff. I won't be offended. Happy to have been here for such a fun playthrough and to get to share more of it with this. Pretend there's a Little Into Heart here. I couldn't add one because of the file type. Little Into Heart's in the chat. Zombies, thank you for the follow. Hi, Hogan Breezy. Hi, welcome in. Little Into Hearts. So we have videos, which we've gone through a lot of already. We've actually kind of taken a different... Zach and I talked and we took a different route through these. This is the endings. This is the Brothers Code video we just watched, part of. This is VODs videos that include... I don't know why it's not working, but 15 interesting insights, 15 more interesting insights. We might watch those if we get time today. Just kind of interesting little details from the game, apparently. Of note from the first VOD video, there's a body hanging at the start of the fishing hamlet, which resembles the hunter's mark. That's got to be on purpose, right? That's got to be on purpose. Welcome into our YouTube friends. We're doing a Bloodborne lore stream right now. Additionally, here is a very low-res picture of the Ring of Betrothal that he talks about in the second video. Including it here since he never actually shows the item, just talks about it. I did hear about this. The inhuman beings known as the Great Ones imbued this Ring of Betrothal with some special meaning. In the age of the Great Ones, wedlock was a blood contract, only permitted to those slated to bear a special child. Maxor's video, which we hopefully will get to. Apparently legendary in its own way. That's what I hear. And then a video called The Oneironaut, which is a competition held by Vati in which he asked participants to create art, videos, models, demos, or anything else that they wished in order to pitch their own vision of a Bloodborne 2. This submission in particular is one of the single coolest things ever put on the internet. It's not even really related to Bloodborne 1, but I highly recommend watching it. All right, fun facts and info. Just some cool shit and other mechanics I want you to know about the game because I'm a proud Bloodborne stan. There is stealthing in this game. This is the thing I saw earlier. In all Soulsborne games before Sekiro, merely using the slow walk emits no sound and enemies won't hear you, letting you sneak up for backstabs and other sneaker behavior. You're telling me I could have walked up behind a Briatis and gotten in a full... Can you do it in boss battles too? Can you do a sneaking up in boss battles? That's my question. Let me put a little bit of never mind. I'll keep the music off. Walk up to a Briatis and not usually for bosses. Okay. The first time you encounter a Briatis, you can. Interesting. An explanation of Chalice dungeons. Dungeons are separated into two types. There's fixed dungeons, pre-made by devs, always the same. Root dungeons are the randomly generated ones. They have glyphs assigned to them, which are strings of numbers and letters given to each unique dungeon that can allow you to share a root dungeon with other players. This is how the special dungeon was shared. There are 4 different biomes. Thumaru, or Thumerian, Hintertomb, Lauren, and Is. They have unique rooms furnishing enemies and bosses. 2 especially cool bosses, the Bloodletting Beast. Do we have a command? Is it dungeon bosses? We did Beast Possessed Soul. Bloodletting Beast. Boss actually has 2 forms, one with a head and one which is headless. The latter of which has a phase 2 where a giant worm parasite bursts out of the neck stump, controlling the thing's corpse. This reminds me of a certain unnamed FromSoft game that I should not mention any more about for sake of spoiling it. Not spoiling it. Oh, it's got a big old laceration on its head. Oh, shit. Not to spoil another game, but front seat question, is this the same thing from that game? It kind of looks like the same thing from Sekiro. You know what I'm talking about? Do they share lore? Surely there's some kind of inspiration. Like, that has to be very similar, right? Same idea, not the same thing. Okay. My next lore video is going to be comparisons between the two. That's creepy as hell. People like to theory craft that all FromSoft games are lore related, but nothing canon. Okay. Queen Yarnum. We just learned about this. You've seen her in game a couple times. After Rom and prior to Murgo's Wet Nurse, you can fight her very deep in the Thumaru dungeons. She must be beaten for one of the achievements for the game. It's a lackluster fight. It's required if you want to get all of the achievements for the game. You get the Yarnum Stone for beating her. Sacred Heirloom. I could go on about the dungeons for ages. It would honestly probably be pretty boring to read about, and this doc has enough stuff in it already. Hopefully you watch some things about it in Bloodborne videos that showcase some of the cool shit they have to offer. Have you played any Dark Souls or Demon Souls? I've not played Dark Souls, Demon Souls, or Elden Ring. I've only played Sekiro and this one. This is the insight section that Zach was talking about. Insight is your own understanding of the Eldritch truth and the level of which your mind has been elevated. I did not ever think of it at that point. It is just how far you are on the spectrum of Willem to normal person, or normal person to Willem. However, what you're understanding is beyond human comprehension, so it usually just drives people mad. Ways to gain insight. You get 1 from seeing most bosses for the first time. What? You get insight for killing most bosses. 3. 1 for consuming a madman's knowledge. 2 for Great One's insight. 3 for an umbilical cord. And 1 for a blood dreg. 1 for beating a boss as a summoned cooperator for co-op play, online play, or for killing the host player as an invader. 1 to 2 for entering certain special areas like the abandoned workshop or Canehurst. Those places themselves increase your understanding of the truth. 1 for each friendly NPC you send back to Cathedral Ward. 2 for saving all of them. 4 of them total. We just talked about that. Varying amounts by interacting with certain NPCs. Talking to Master Willem. Seeing Patch's true form. Can I ask who Patch is? Wait, is Patch the spider? Spider-Man. 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 It is, okay. So seeing Patch's true form is inside of second floor Bergenwerth, right? Effects of insight. At 0 insight, the Witches of Hemwick will not summon any mad ones at all during their fight. Also, the doll becomes inanimate. We found that part. So cool. So the Witches of Hemwick won't spawn the big guys that do damage to you? So you can just cheese that fight with 0 insight? That's interesting. At 15 or... Interesting. At 15 or more, mad ones are summoned throughout the Hemwick Charnel Lane area as you progress through it. These versions are much more aggressive than those in the Witch's boss fight and are more dangerous, are really dangerous in the early game. We must not have had 15 insight. Church doctors gain more attacks at 15. Church doctors are the really big guys, right? The enormous guys. Their lanterns become covered in eyeballs and are used to cast arcane attacks that they normally don't have. Or is that someone else? Church doctor? Bloodborne? Normal size with the, okay. Gotcha. These guys, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. That's wild. An arcane attack, lanterns covered in eyeballs. You can hear Germán speaking while he sleeps in the dream at 15 as well. 15 insight. At 30 insight, the singing of winter lanterns can be heard from further away and sounds more off-key. That's a lovely detail. At 40 or more, the amygdalas around the world become visible. They do so when the blood moon descends regardless, which is when we saw them, I'm pretty sure. But you can see them early with this. At 50, the Hunter's Dream theme changes, the music. This happens anyways after the blood moon descends as well. But you can hear one of the best hub themes in Soulsborne early if you get a lot of insight. At 60, you can occasionally hear the faint crying of a baby while in any area other than the dream. That would creep me out so much. We heard baby cries at the end, right? Were we above 60? Exclamation Joyce? Or was that just because we were close to the end or like in the area where Murgo's wet nurse was happening? A few scripted times. Okay. I love that. I love this spectrum of things they do based on the level of your insight. The higher your insight, the lower your resistance to frenzy, which is why when you use all your insight, that bar happens on screen. The more you know of the unknowable, the more susceptible you are to its effects. Lower your resistance to frenzy. You can hear the music earlier. That's a great mechanic, yeah. Higher your insight, the lower your beasthood stat. I barely understand what beasthood even is. Beasthood determines the damage boost that you get when using beast pellets and the beast claw weapon. Cool. So beast on one end of the spectrum, insight on the other. Patches, the spider with the human head, is programmed to give you the tonsil stone item once you enter the Forbidden Woods. To do so, every NPC that is behind a red lantern / door / window is replaced with him and remains as such until you've received the stone and reloaded the area. Even named characters like Gilbert or Ariana are replaced by Patches. That allows this to happen. Just pretty cool and creepy. What is this? Infinite patches. Shout out to Zach for filming this so that we can see it.
A hunter of beasts, are you? Glory be. You know not the value you possess. But more's the pity. The hours of the night are many, and the beasts more than I can count. A veritable hunt unending. Not even death offers solace, and the blood imbibes you. A most frightful fate. Oh my.
Let's get through the dialogue.
But I'm willing.
Gives you the tonsil stone.
Not even death offers. Oh. A hunter of beasts are glory be.
No matter where you run, it's patches.
Oh. A hunter of glory be.
That's wild. That's creepy. That's so fucking creepy. Patches everywhere you go. Miyazaki's dream come true. Those two windows are the other NPCs you missed. Interesting. Ariana and the other guy. On second thought, thanks for killing him. Where exactly is that? Is that the little hallway where that's sort of off of... Yeah, I don't know where that is exactly. The doll sometimes is seen kneeling in front of the DLC grave instead of in her usual spot. It's believed that it is Maria's grave, set apart from the others by Gehrman because he cared for her. People also believe that the old hunter's bone is in fact one of Maria's bone because it is found at this grave in the abandoned workshop and because Maria has its effect on her dodges in her boss fight. That's cool. I love... What the fuck is this? I love that. It's off of the big... Yeah, it's like... I don't know what direction. Left, if you're headed towards the Grand Cathedral of the big plaza, I think. By that person who has the... by the person with the flamethrower? Old Hunter's Bone. That's great. Here's a secret jump-off point of the elevator in Odin Chapel that leads to the greatest item in the entire game. It lets you put urns on the heads of your messengers. Okay, Odin Chapel, elevator. Nice. Nice look. I like the look. Right there. Cool. Respect. There's a an item there that lets you put the urns on the... Should have hit me with the L. From soften their potheads? Yeah, they're potheads. That's funny. Sure. In the DLC, Braider would have invaded you at each point of the fishing hamlet that you found a piece of his armor set if you hadn't killed him already in his cell. Braider would have invaded you. Ah, the fishing hamlet's so fucking hard already. And they make it harder by Braider coming in all the time? At each point? How many times? That's wild. Fishing hamlet is so hard already for me. He did invade you the one time outside of said cell. He dropped his helmet. 3 or 4 places. This is what happened to Simon. I killed him before I talked to him. I mean, Braider invaded him, attacked him again and again, eventually wore Simon down enough to beat him after countless battles, and then you killed him in cold blood, you monster. All right, cool. So do I have editing access to this document, or can I delete? I can't backspace. The Chapel Giants have some attacks that cause their tibia and fibula, the lower leg bones. Yes, I Googled them for this. To pop out of their leg. Here's a video showing it off. Oh! That's got to be a bug, right? That's not a feature. Is that purposefully meant to make it look terrible, or is that just? Oh yeah, because you wouldn't code it to be a bone. Yeah, that makes sense. Do they take damage from it? At first I thought it was just funky physics, but it's shooting blood. Do they take damage from that? Doesn't look like it. No, they don't. Damn, they should. If my tibia and fibula popped out of the top of my knee, I should take a little bit of HP damage. Just my take. I'm not a doctor, but did you see the floating grave they didn't take out of the game? Is it in this thing? Oh, it's in Old Yarnum. That's wild. Other variants of these giants also do this with some of their attacks. Those variants being the one wielding a ball and chain near our farming method. One with flaming fists, and the emaciated ones with no weapons in the cave beneath the forbidden woods. Put a band-aid on that. Flame fisting one can also have bones from its arms pop out when it punches the ground. Hitting the bone when this happens, which is difficult but possible, staggers them. So it's definitely on purpose. Hitting the bone staggers them. Why would you code that into your video game? Why? Unless you just cared so deeply about all of the details being really cool and rewarding people for paying attention to your game. That's so metal. A lot of the large bosses in this game can be staggered. Most often this is done by just doing enough damage to them within a certain amount of time, opening them up to a visceral attack. Sometimes they have specific weak points that can make it far easier. I ended up showing this off against Cleric Beast and Pearl while getting footage for this, and thought I would include that here. For Cleric Beast, hitting its head can cause visceral staggers. Let's see a visceral. Hitting the head. Yep, nice. I wouldn't know anything about Cleric Beast because I didn't do it. I wouldn't know shit about Cleric Beast because I just rode Alfred's coattails to the top there. With Pearl, doing damage to her legs will make her fall over and lose her electricity. This is a cool wolf interaction that happened while I was playing. Its red eyes, which are generally a signifier of a more difficult version of an enemy in FromSoft games, fade for a second. It shakes its head as if to clear it. Then they come back. It roars, regains health when it hits me. Weird. You can stagger Lawrence with 2 fully charged heavy attacks with Gehrman's weapon. I loved doing that. The scythe. Overkill mechanic. Oh, sorry. I should probably... Let me click on it real quick. Red eyes. They go away. They come back. We do a little dance. Make a little love. Get down tonight. Attack you and gain health. Weird. Weird. Overkill mechanic. Enemies drop 20% extra echoes on death if your final attack deals more than 150% of their total health. Oh. Damn. In an item description, I forget, it's mentioned that the old hunters had a belief that the beast infection creeps up the right leg. A lot of armor has more on the right leg. Tightly around the leg. Decorative old hunter armor has a special brace on it. Hunters stab their blood vials into the right leg. Yeah! It's where they have a lot of injection sites there. If you don't kill Ludwig's head yourself, Simon will put him out of his misery instead. If you don't get the great sword, Simon also gives it to you here. Huh. Overkill mechanic is such a... If you don't talk... It's the arrow in the head. Gotcha. Okay, you don't get to see him kill him. Simon with the bow blade puts an arrow in his head. German and Maria both attempt to perform the make contact gesture as they are dying, possibly trying to desperately connect with some old one or another for help. I know what this page says. Parrying is pretty good. What does that mean? The L? Desperately trying to connect with some old one. The L has lore? The L has lore? Hi, Saphira. Saphira? Welcome in. The L has lore? Hit him with the L? Tell me it's got lore. I want to know the lore. Tell me it's got lore. Is it one of those VOD videos? Okay. We'll watch the VOD video then for sure. I think we still have time. Okay. Then don't tell me. Then I'll do it. They're just doing it because they lost. Here, take this L. There's okay. If you know which one it is, let me know because I want to make sure and watch that then. The L has lore. Ignore this video if you want. It's me flexing on Maria to showcase parrying because my sanity still hasn't recovered from your refusal to use it. After 100 hours, Zach. Zach gets in a little bit of a jab. That's fair. All in good fun. That's the magic of a blind playthrough. Yours was still awesome. Thank you. Oh, is this a video itself? This is a video itself. Parrying is good, huh? Flex those parries, Zach. Flex them. Zach put in a lot of work. Zach gets at least one jab. Was that a shot right as... Yep, okay. Visceral. Beautiful. Visceral. Nice. What New Game Plus is this on? Is this like 7? Did you ever purposefully parry in the whole game, Ryan? I did it at least 3 times. At least 3... At least 3 purposeful parries. Oh. The music. Fight's a lot more fun without parries. That's what I was doing. I was just having more fun. Oh my god, Zach, how many videos did you record? What the fuck? This is crazy. Parry me daddy? This fight is so clean. Is it just parry, parry, parry? God, I kind of miss Gascon a little bit. Your visceral damage scales off of your skill stat. That is the most fuck you middle finger thing FromSoft has ever done to me. I use a strength weapon and they're like, hey, you can brute force this or you can use viscerals. And that's going to depend on your skill stat. Get skilled, buddy. Get skilled.
Sweet.
Get skilled. Skill issue. You pronounced my name right the first time. Now I just need to remember which one I said. Sophira? Sophira. I think I said Sophira first. Been watching a bunch of your YouTube VODs lately. What have you been watching? There's some questions down there in the chat if you wanna answer them. Welcome in. Guide for playthrough 2. I had a bunch of side quests and other stuff here, outlining how to do them step by step in chronological order as you progress through the game without spoiling the outcomes. To be read through as you played through a second time. That's not needed. Most of them were covered in the videos at the beginning anyways. Here's a couple that weren't. Chance to just showcase them instead of prompt you how to find them. You beat the game sooner than I expected? That's right. The armor set in this section of the sewers is the game's cover art. You thought it was identical to the hunter's armor set with the top hat and sold it without noticing. You sold this armor without noticing. We had a field day in the spoiler chat when that happened. This is bringing back memories, man. Remember being here and I had no fucking idea what I was doing? I sold it for dirt cheap as well. Check my character without any armor on. Hey, yo, why you naked, boy? Whoa, what the fuck? Get that cursed shit off of my screen. You can befriend Jura, the guy with the Gatling gun in Old Yarnum, aka God. If you don't kill any beasts in the area, kill blood-starved beast, which spawns snatchers in the world. Get kidnapped, kill Dark Beast Pearl, then approach his tower from the back entrance to Old Yarnum. He will not attack you when you climb the tower, and you can talk to him instead. You can get his badge by just killing him, but the gesture is only acquired by befriending him. You can befriend this guy from the backside, and you get dialogue and a gesture. That's so funny, Zach. I can't believe you made that character. This is wild. You befriend this guy from the backside? That's what I said. This guy's backside allows you to befriend. This guy's backside and I are friends.
Well, how did you get in here?
Oh, that's cool.
It's no matter. What brings you to Old Yarnum? I've no interest in matters further up, but you must not disturb this place. The beasts do not venture above and mean no harm to anyone. If you still insist on hunting them, then I will hunt you first. You understand me?
We'll spare him, of course.
Yes, very good.
Why does he protect the
I
beasts?
no longer dream, but I was once a hunter too. There's nothing more horrific than a hunt.
He's telling you why.
In case you fail to realize, the things you hunt, they're not beasts.
Aw.
They're people. One day you will see. It's time you got going. But first, a farewell gift. I have no
Let's make a
use for it
secret
anyway.
handshake so that we're friends. Oh, wait. No, never mind. It's a badge. Brush off the dust?
What is it? Surely I need not repeat myself. Go, I say. You have the whole night to dream. Make the best of it.
Hit me with brush off the dust. Pretty sick. Pretty sick.
What is it?
Pretty sick. In Old Yarnum, in the huge room with the giant dead beast and bunch of regular ones, you can cut down a large urn of oil, set the whole room on fire, shown here. I think I know exactly what room you're talking about. Kills a lot of the beasts, makes most of the others easier, as they're afraid of fire. If you're holding a torch, they are passive and cower away from you. Kira seems like an actually decent person in this world. This is the room I was convinced was going to be a boss battle. You can knock an urn down, huh? Right here. Holy shit. That's awesome. That's some Hollow Knight level of attention to detail. That's all I gotta say. Walter, the guy with the bucket helmet in the Forbidden Woods, the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. The Legion that he recruits you to is for co-op, and he is a reference to a Dark Souls character, Solaire. Praise the Sun Guy. I don't know that for sure. When you beat a boss in co-op as part of the Legion, you earn a vermin item. Using it will crush the vermin beneath your foot. Using one will cause Walter to give you the gesture in the video linked a couple bullet points before this. Using 5 will cause him to disappear, dropping his helmet where he used to stand. After he leaves, a hostile hunter NPC will be outside. He uses Madara's Whistle, an arcane spell used in this video. He drops it when kills. The spell is very bad. I couldn't even kill one villager with it in this video. All right, let's see this terrible spell. Sophia is from Scotland. Yes to pineapple on pizza. Dogs, because I've never owned any cats. And I love watching blind Let's Plays on YouTube. I missed your earlier comment. I'm going to scroll up. I watched your Slime Rancher Let's Plays. Coincidentally, later, I found myself watching Papers, Please. And going, hey, I know this guy. Aw. I'm watching Inscription right now. Inscription was a hell of a ride. Oh, my God. Inscription was quite the ride. What? It makes a snake go chomp. Yeah, exclamation epi for sure. Oh man, you guys saying exclamation epi just makes me think of all of the different memes that have come from this game. Mark of milk toast, epi, exclamation Joyce, exclamation blood. Lore with a capital L came from this game. I'm sure there are others too that I can't remember that came all the way from exclamation siege. So many predictions. Oh man, I'm getting. Does friendly fire to yourself if you don't dodge out of the snake's mouth in time. Gear you missed. Okay, this could be fun. How far am I into this thing? I'm on 12 of 14 in terms of the thing. Oh my God. Hello. Just kidding. We're nearly done. We're on the last little part here, and then we're gonna watch a we're gonna watch one of the two videos of this one. Does anyone know if it's the first one or the second one that tells you about the L? Make contact? First or second? I'll check. If not, we can figure it out, but I want to make sure to get that one. I care about the L. Gear you missed. This is the Beast Claw and Coast Parasite when you use the Milkweed Rune. I was really curious about this, but I didn't have enough levels to make it work with, I think, Arcane. But there's a combination of Rune and weapon. When used along with the Beast's Embrace Rune, it gains unique attacks and abilities, gives you the effects of a Beast Blood Pellet. I love how the Coast Parasite looks like your character isn't at all in control and is almost a puppet of the parasite during its attacks. Second one, thank you. We really need to cover the L. Okay, Beast Mode and Cauliflower Mode showcase. Holy. That's Beast Claw while using a rune. Gives you Beast Blood effects, which I didn't really ever use Beast Blood Pellet effects or during the game. That's cool. Beast Claw slaps? Oh, this is standard without it. Okay. Put the rune on. And then your head becomes... What the fuck? Oh. Whoa. That's really creepy. Let's see the Coast Parasite. Yep, yep. And the Milkweed Rune. I want to see this Parasite weapon. Oh my god, yeah. It does look like you're just at the will and whim of the tentacle. You're just like... You're like Squidward. That's the L2. It's like you're making out with yourself. It's like... Did Ryan ever do an intentional L2? I'm sure I did one intentionally once before I knew what I was doing. I mean, you can get the accursed brew item by talking to the fishman outside of the fishing hamlet with the Milkweed Rune equipped. Accursed brew. If you look like this, you go up to the prophet, this guy?
Blasphemous murders, blood-crazed fiends. Curse for he and bottomless sea, all things that cuts. Weep with them as one in trance. And weep with us,
Cursed brew. Oh, and then then we kill him. Item is shown in the next. Okay. Showcase of the weapons and other gear you either missed or weren't able to use due to stats. Included a few things that you did use. I wasn't certain, so I showed them anyways. Timestamps in the comments. All right, cool. Oh my god, the amount of work, Zach. This is incredible. So, we got video of weapons I didn't use. Blade of Mercy. Chikage, Rikuyo, Ligarius' Wheel, Bloodletter. Augur of Abriatus. I'm definitely curious about that one. Okay, Blade of Mercy. Got some knife sounds. Shing, shing, shing. Splits into 2. Interesting. Oh, the transition is always the best part of any weapon. Oh. The transition is always the best part. Okay, we got Chicago. Nice jumping attack. I feel like I'm playing Sekiro. Oh, now I definitely feel like I'm playing Sekiro. This is Sekiro 2, exactly. Oh, yeah. God, there's so much of the game I really did not touch or try, you know? Oh, nice stab attack. All right, Rikuyo. This is Maria, Maria. I was going to say, I saw the health drain happening, yeah. That was the weapon of the Crow of Canehurst, the NPC in Amelia's room. This one is Lady Maria's. Bye, Julia. Thanks for being here. You only use the main one weapon? I used 2 eventually. Eventually, I used a second one, but I used it like 20% of the time, probably. Reiter Palash. Spoon to wound is was my method, though. Burn to wern. Spang to wang. That was a choice. I really liked Spin to Win. I really got comfortable with it. I liked the range on it. Ligarius's wheel. Bang, bang. Yeah, I liked it a lot. I don't know that I used it ideally, but I did feel pretty comfortable with it. Yeah. I just keep thinking of a burning ring of fire. That's what I keep thinking of. The Bloodletter. Coolest weapon in the game, no competition. This is from... Is this from Brador? Is that Bloodletter? Yeah. Brador the Assassin. Yeah, this part's wild. That part's pretty fucking wild. God, the absolutely thick sound of that hitting the ground. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Oh, I mean, that's sweet. Does that increase your own frenzy? What? I purely used the threaded cane on my first playthrough. Didn't really play with other weapons until I went through it again for the DLC. That's what you're talking about. All right, let's do Church Cannon. We saw this one at one point. I think we saw it. I think we used it. Maybe not. Maybe that was normal cannon. That was probably normal cannon. Into the abyss. Gatling gun. Is this Augur of Ebrietas? Yeah. Maybe? Wait. Yep, Augur of Ebrietas. This is something I didn't have enough arcane. Oh, I didn't have enough arcane for that, I'm pretty sure. A Call Beyond. Did I use this one? I think I might have. No? I don't even know if I found this one. The Augur of Ebrietas can parry. That's the Flower of Stars. Yeah, okay. Choir Bell? No, Executioner's Gloves. Oh. That's Marty. That's Marty. Oh my god. We've been live for 3.5 hours. We haven't talked about Marty Ligarius at all. Accursed Brew. This is the skull of a local from the violated fishing village. Is that the purple flying skull that then explodes? Also, Marty uses that one too? Are those both Marty attacks? Messenger's Gift. Transform into a messenger? Oh, it's not what Marty uses? Oh, okay. Bye, Zach. Thank you so much for all your help. Can we get some major flood of Linode hearts in the chat for Zach? And all the hard work you did today to make sure this lore stream went off successfully. I appreciate you so much, Zach. On a personal note, thank you very much for making this stream possible. The whole playthrough as well. Thank you. One that Marty uses is not purple? Okay, hold up. What? View own notes. What do your own notes say? Have audience with woman thrust ta. Okay, all right. Armor you missed. This is the night set. Canehurst Way is a mix of nostalgia and bombast. Okay, chat. We're gonna go through the armor, and then we're gonna watch one Vati song and then video, and then we're gonna get out of here. I got that item, but I guess I never used it. Huge pain to get. I wonder how you get it. One-eyed iron helm. Master's iron helm. That's the Vaulter helmet that you can get. I understand. Constable's garb. I think is also from Vaulter, I'm pretty sure. But maybe not. That's what Vaulter looks like, I think, right? Yeah. Man, I feel so lucky today, guys. Having the lore showcased for me and all of the stuff that I missed by Zach and with you guys' help. Bone Ash Mask. I feel so, you know. I feel so honored that Zach would do this and that you guys would help me. This is setting a high bar for the next. I mean, and frankly, here's the deal: the bar was already high, because Mars knocked the Hollow Knight lore stream out of the park. The mods as well, who helped. But like, that's awesome. That's sick as hell. I want to be a witch. I want to be a witch running through this game. That's really cool. Mars set the bar really high with the Hollow Knight lore stream. This one's good too. If you play Ori or Tunic, I have work to do. Who knows, too? We might not do a lore stream for every single game. It takes a special kind of... not even special as in better, just special as in different. Like, it takes a game where I cared about the lore for the entire thing and, you know. Okay, that one's pretty cool. Did you play like a paladin in this game? I would say I played like a... What did I play like? I don't know. What did I play like? Tony, the spreadsheets you could make would be sensational. Tunic lore will be great. Okay, Madman stuff. With the fucking what? This is 4 for 4 in terms of wild armor so far. You played like an axe-wielding murderer. I played like a spinner to winner. I played like a person whose dad never taught him how to throw a baseball. That's how Mark played. All right, let's learn about the L. Let's do it. That one has a noose on it. Wait, did I miss that? Oh. Oh. All right, let's learn about the L. One more video to call it a day. There's more that we could have watched. We didn't get to watch a Max Awar video, etc. But I'm going to need to head out here after this last video. So, this one.
Hey guys.
Gamers, thank you for 100 plus hours of fun in Bloodborne. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for keeping the series blind. Thanks for letting me forget stuff and then try and remember it and then forget it again and come to incorrect conclusions about how to play this game. Thanks for letting me struggle against bosses, breeze through a couple, and then and conclude the entire journey. You know, conclude the entire journey in such a special way. We'll be back to FromSoft before too long, I'm sure, or at least eventually. But I don't know, guys. I'm not gonna have time today. I'm gonna watch this and then we're gonna get out of here.
So apparently you all really liked that last Insights video. It got a really good response and it did really well. So thanks for clicking on the like button and all that stuff.
Thanks for being here.
Let's do one more. Why not? Whenever I finish a video, I have all these facts and insights left over that couldn't quite fit into it, so it feels good to give them a little home here. We start in the Chalice dungeons this time. There's some really weird stuff down here, especially in the deepest depths. How many of you have seen this thing before? It's listed as a labyrinth mole in the wiki, and statistically, it has to be the rarest creature you can find in Bloodborne. It's not even listed in the...
This is the Menderbug?
Official guide. That's how rare it is. It spits poisonous goop at you, it slaps you around with its tentacles, it can move its head to either sides of its body, and well, obviously it has a grab attack, and I'm not surprised my character went a little bit insane from that one. Anyway, in the description below I've sourced its discovery, and you can come and gawk at it if you want. And it's funny, people come to this Chalice dungeon like they would go to look at an animal in the zoo. When I was walking up to it, there were all manner of messages like, have audience with secret, or despicable blobby thing ahead. Everyone just comes here to look at this thing. But don't kill it. Treat blobby thing with care. See if you can find my message here. And did you know, speaking of messages, good segue, did you know that if you rate messages as fine or foul, then the messages will react? They do a little dance when you rate it as fine, and they cry when you rate it foul. Sometimes,
still don't understand
when you go down a
Bloodborne.
significant path in a chalice
Hear me out.
dungeon or in
There's
the
a
Nightmare
blood
realm,
infection.
you might catch these little blue lantern guys in the corner. They're actually little proximity sensors that light their lanterns so you know that you've been through here before. They're a little method to stop you getting lost that I discovered about a week ago, so really useful. Another thing you might have noticed on your Chalice Dungeon adventures are the knights wearing plate. Since there are no plate-wearing knights in Bloodborne's overworld, it makes you wonder what era these knights were from. In my headcanon, maybe the first forays down into the Chalice Dungeons were from a time long ago when plate was still popular.
Garlic.
And then, finally, when they discovered what they were up against, the more experienced forays down into the Chalice Dungeons would have had the lightweight attire that Gurman used as a hunter hunting the beasts, because it says in his item description that he popularized it. Go through enough rooms and eventually you'll find one with a giant bell in it. And of course, you're going to ring this thing, right? You have to, how could you not? It's a mistake. When you do, what seems like every enemy in the bloody Chalice dungeon will come to find you and
Freaking
murder
bells,
you.
man.
One of
I
the
still
most
don't
interesting
understand.
things with this bell is that you can actually use the music box item anywhere near the bell, and the bell will resonate as if it was hit. I've been trying this music box on everything lately. Eldritch super hidden meanings aside, I guess what's happening here is the bell is set as an interactable element of the world, and that the music box checks everything in its vicinity to elicit a response from it, and I guess that triggers the bell. And that's exactly what makes the music box interesting. It actually has more effects than you would have
Somebody said the music box versus Gascon. I can't wait to see this.
first thought. Everyone knows that Gascoigne reacts to the music box in the boss fight, since it reminds him of his wife and daughters. But did you know that he also chuckles when you first play it near him while he's summoned? The song itself is the first
So what does he do during the fight if you play the music box?
few notes of Murgo's lullaby, which plays during the wet nurse fight.
Oh,
What's
wow.
sort of interesting is that sometimes if you spam this music box in this fight, it gets the boss caught in this endless cycle of sidestepping, which is really curious.
He struggles and holds his head. He gets stunned and holds his head. Wow.
I read about this on the wiki, and I had to give it a go. Maybe it's reacting to the tune? So far as I know, it's the only creature that does this sometimes. I do wonder if it's a bug though, similar to with the giant bell. The idea that NPCs react to things that you do, other than attacks and talking, is something I hope they put into future games. Take the doll, for example. A lot of you probably realized that she responds to gestures. There's no great discovery here.
I did not know that.
She'll clap with you when you're excited, she bows
I don't
back
think I knew
at
that.
you, and she tilts
The
her
hell?
head quizzically when you do
Janice!
something weird. It's so endearing. My favorite is when you do the make contact gesture, and this is the gesture that's used
I've
as
done
some
this in
sort
front
of
of her.
communication with the Great Ones. Wait a minute, and when your character switches sides, she all of a sudden decides to clap. Maybe she's impressed that you can do it correctly. And
If
it
you wait
turns
a
out
minute,
doing it
you switch sides?
correctly matters. If you make contact with the brain of Mensis until your arms switch sides, then you get the fully upgraded Moon Rune, which is the one that gives you more blood.
Wait, what? The brain of Mensis? Is this the thing we cut down from the This is the Hollow's Lantern thing? Like how do you get to the brain? The one that falls, right? Wait, what?
Blood echoes, and this is the rune that also mentions that the
It's not a
Great
fall.
Ones
It's
are
or it's not a brain,
sympathetic
it's
in
eyes.
spirit, which is appropriate.
There's an elevator down to it, and you make contact in front of it, and you get a rune that gives you more money.
The Nightmare of Mensis building is
What?
one of those places that's able to be seen from the Nightmare frontier, and I love little details like these. It makes you feel a little bit like you're exploring a real world. Bloodborne does it fairly convincingly. Other areas I've noticed are
So
that
obscure.
Castle Canehurst can be seen from Hemwick Charnel Lane, and you can also see the observatory at Boggenworth from the Forbidden Forest. Are there any I'm missing? You can let me know in the comments. I probably am missing some. The 10th little insight is to do with the Beast Roar. Just like all the Force spells in previous games, Beast Roar deflects projectiles. Whether it be giant boulders, fireballs, bullets, you name it, just roar them away.
You ring a
11.
bell in order to
Did you know
participate
that there's
in
a
PvP.
hidden
I remember
exit
that, right?
when you're
It's like
riding up the Cathedral Ward elevator. I didn't until recently. It leads to the top floor of Cathedral Ward, which
Old
houses
Hunter's
the
Bell or something?
Formless Erden rune and the urn costume for the messengers. It also lets you do this. Number 12 takes us to the abandoned Hunter's Workshop. If
Hold up,
position
lets you do
yourself
lets you
here,
kill?
You hear something says to the for the
The Chapel
messengers.
Dweller?
It also lets you do this. Number 12
I just wanted to help people.
takes us to the abandoned Hunter's Workshop. If you position yourself here, you hear something strange. It's the sound of an old woman laughing, repeating the same sound over and over again. We've actually tracked down this sound to a door in an alleyway in Cathedral Ward.
Oh, for the deepest, widest gratitude, yes. Yes.
And it's a bizarre glitch, to say the least. It's so weird that a voice file would just start playing here, and it's especially weird because this is a voice file that's located at the end of one character's
I love these
line
weird
of
glitches.
dialogue, and it's not the full voice file. It's very strange. But sometimes in Bloodborne, things are in the game without too much purpose. Take the Ring of Betrothal item, for example. You find it in the Tumeru Ihil Root Chalice dungeon, and you can use it to propose to Annalise, the Vileblood Queen. Even with all the hard work that you do for her, you still get rejected, and it turns out you're doing some pretty gross stuff for her. Annalise enlists hunters who go out and hunt other hunters so you can get their blood dregs and feed them to your queen. And she consumes these so that she can, and I quote, one day bear a child of blood. But have you ever looked closely at what the blood dregs are? When you do, it makes sense why they might help her bear a child of blood. They're clearly meant to resemble sperm.
What did we say this game is
Maybe
about?
in the
Blood
DLC there will be
infections
a use
and
for that
pregnancy?
ring, but so far there's nothing that's been found. Another item like this is the Yharnam Stone, which
There's been way too much pregnancy in today's stream, and by that I mean way more than I thought there would be.
you get when you kill Queen Yharnam in the Chalice dungeon. It reads, "The queen lies dead, but her horrific consciousness is only asleep, and it stirs in unsettling motions." The Yharnam Stone implies that the queen lives on, whether inside this stone or in the Nightmare Realm perhaps. It reminds me entirely of Annalise, Queen of the Vilebloods, since she's the only other character who is immortal, and she's capable of living on in a lump of flesh. And make no mistake, there are actually a lot of connections between these two characters. I was really excited about this when I discovered it around the time I was doing the Canehurst lore video, but none of this information really fit in that video because it does take a while to explain. But
One
bear
half
with
of the
me.
name of the game,
Even
true.
the song that plays during Yharnam's boss fight is titled Queen of the Vilebloods, which is the same song that plays when you fight Ligarius, who guards the actual Queen of the Vilebloods. So let's list some of the connections. There are two undying queens who leave behind a bloody token of their immortality. These are two queens that share the Queen of the Vilebloods soundtrack. There are also two queens with strong connections to blood. One of them started a line of followers who partook of her blood, that's Annalise, and the other one wields
Oh
a
god,
kind of
he is
blood
very
sorcery
pregnant in this
when she
video. I did not see that.
fights. Both of
Was she
them
pregnant in the first half of
is
this fight?
titled Queen of the Vilebloods, which is the
Yes,
same
okay,
song
alright,
that
okay.
plays when you fight
Oh, God.
Ligarius. Them are also related to the Ring of Betrothal, which is a ring found in Tumeru Ihil, which is also Queen Yharnam's Chalice dungeon, and the description of the ring clearly relates to Queen Yharnam. And Queen Annalise is the only character who recognizes this ring as
Bye,
a wedding
Marsh.
ring.
Thanks for being
a
here.
wedding ring that says it's only
Have a great
permitted
rest
to
of your day.
those who are slated to bear a special child, which is a phrase that applies to both queens. So I just rambled on quickly about their similarities, but what does this mean? What are some of the consequences for Bloodborne's timeline, for example? Well, Vile Blood, as mentioned by Alfred, was another strain of the old blood stolen from Byrgenwerth long ago by a scholar, and this was likely back when the scholar
Vati is ranting
was
on this
still
one.
exploring the tombs. It makes you wonder, could Queen Yharnam be the source of this vile blood? The thing that seals it for me is the fact that Queen Yharnam of the Chalice Dungeons has chains around her wrists, implying that she was perhaps found and restrained at some point, and maybe even exploited so that the blood could be taken from her, and it could have got into the populace and eventually led to the rise of the Vile Blood line. Also, finally, when you hit Queen Yharnam, the baby Murgo screams out. She's clearly had something ripped from her pregnant stomach.
Ouch, ouch,
Perhaps
yikes,
it was
yikes,
the umbilical
yikes.
cord that granted Mensis audience with Murgo, the infant Great One at the top of the Nightmare of Mensis. This would also explain Queen Yharnam's presence outside, after all. There are just so many connections here between Queen Yharnam and the outside world. So I'm curious to see what you guys think. Maybe we can take this a little bit further, even. And I think this is all I can think of. I don't think I'll be able to scrape together another...
All right, gamers. I don't know, Gabe. I'm not sure. We have to. I have to call it here, unfortunately. Maybe in a future stream. I might also just watch it off stream myself. Thanks. Can I get an 07 in the chat for Bloodborne? 07's in the chat for Bloodborne. That's gonna do it for our Bloodborne lore stream. Oh, and we're officially done with Bloodborne. Thanks for sticking with me, guys. That was fun. We'll see what the next one is now. I know, right? We'll see what the next one is. Hey, if you're newer here today, thanks for being here. Thanks for sticking through. We don't, this is a little bit of a different stream than what we normally do. This was quite a bit different. You can find us on the other days of the week here playing video games rather than watching videos mostly. For instance, tomorrow we'll be here playing some Hollow Knight. Yeah. And then shortly after that, I'm sure at some point we'll come up with another game to do a playthrough of. I know it's going to end up being more, Tony. It's going to end up being a couple different videos, but we had 99 episodes of Bloodborne, which is cool. Nice meeting you all. The other thing I would say is if you're wanting to hang out a little bit more off stream, we have a place to do that. It's our Discord, which has been newly renovated, and I should probably pimp it a little bit more on stream because it's been a lot of fun recently. So you can also pop into Discord, hang out with other people, hang out with our great community even when stream is not live for the other 20 hours of the day. But thanks for being here, guys. I hope you have a great rest of your day. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for spending your afternoon with me. Yeah. I don't know. That's all I got to say. I think I need to go run and mow, and it's apparently like 95 degrees outside. So that's currently feels like 93. So yikes. Good luck. Thank you, Tony. Hey, shout out to all the people who also are not enormous fans of Bloodborne and just sat through that whole stream. Shout out to you guys. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your day. Bye for you. Bye, Luke. Bye, Gabe. Thanks for being here. Bye, Tony. Bye, K-Bell. Bye, Jirodon. Bye, Sir Deku. Bye, Danny. Bye, friends. Have a good rest of your day.